Greetings, this is Fel, and my guest today is Mr. Zeph. Say hi.
Hello.
Right. Well, Zeph, you heard of an IP called Age of Sigmar recently? I mean, it's been out for like what, 5 years?
I believe 2017. Yes, I am familiar with Age of Sigmar.
Mm. Your current thoughts on it?
Well, so it comes from Warhammer Fantasy Battle. The idea was that they were going to. I think the idea was to go ahead and change it to be a little more appropriate for modern audiences because it's a pretty it's a dark fantasy setting.
Mhm.
So they kind of cleaned up a lot of it, or they tried to. It's still they still got vampires and ghouls and necromancy and that kind of stuff, but um, they cheapened a lot of what made it interesting, and I think you can see that with what they brought back what's called old world and the excitement people have for that, because it's just the new stuff is like the Stormcast Eternals, which are one of the factions. They're really basically land marines. They're supposed to be very Sigmarines. They're very similar to the Space Marines, which I get why they did that, because everybody loves Space Marines. But it feels kind of cheap, and it seems like the biggest pull for Age of Sigmar is that they can use it as proxies for 40k.
Yeah, as far as I can check, they're trying to like mirror it. It used to be like its own thing, supposedly, but it was like a lot of mess, especially with the novels and lore. It's like they couldn't like sit down and like imagine a single way on how to do the setting. I know that there's this trope where they're trying to make settings like D&D and others, of course, especially with fantasy, that you can be like you can have almost anything. They're trying to like have a sandbox, but the thing is, you have to have like a certain substance and hierarchy of some things in lore, and it's so that it won't clash around. One of the biggest things that came wrong, we'll go in the Eternal, the Stormcast in a few, but what I saw was like it when I went even through the other novels, or the codex in the novels are like trying to like be its own, because there's a certain aspect to it. If you heard, there are like 8 realms based on the 8 winds of magic, right?
Yes.
Those realms in each story is really hard to like write off, like on who wins, on what can you do, what are the daily lives in it. You can't write too much out of it, because the 8 realms represent like totality of what their aspects are, and some writers are have a difficult time of trying to write in a certain, like, it's more. I know they want it to be more open and more like a sandbox thing, but creating 8 specific realms to a wind of magic is hard on some writers. As you know, you can't like have vampires running around in the realm of light, and I believe that they can't go through most areas, especially those of the area of life. Shadows, they can't go there even they're vampires, because they made it in the lore that the elves are like the dark elves there, and Malerion is way too OP, so they don't go there for try to not lose their numbers quickly enough, because even Archaon couldn't even like touch it. A realm of fire, they're weak to fire, and almost I think there's like a certain like wooden stake that's really great at them, but it's really common in the realm of fire. Even if in places like more steam based, there's like tropical places and such, and of course they can't enter the realm of heavens. So that's about 5 realms they can't enter and like be expansive, except for the realm of death and possibly the realm of peace.
Well, I'm not an expert in Age of Sigmar, but like my kind of very broad understanding of the origin was that at the end times, right? Brought to you by the Rat Boys, by Skaven.
Fuck yeah, I love rats.
Pardon me.
They, after that, kind of the whole setting was reformed literally by Sigmar, and that was part of why you have this multi-tiered, you can say dimensions or realms, right? And it's just a little too confusing. I get the idea why they wanted to do it. Kind of cleans everything up a little bit, because instead of it being like a larger Earth where like you can take the continents that are on this Earth and kind of superimpose them, right? Because I've seen discussions of like, oh well, the Dark Elves are in North America. You know what that means, that kind of stuff. And I'm sure that was part of what they were trying to pull away from. Also, you get creep, right? There's way too much stuff. I think we're seeing this a little bit in 40K in general. That there's a lot of factions, right? And actually to that point, some of the because to go all the way back, Warhammer Fantasy Battle was really Games Workshop's first setting. Warhammer 40K came later, hence the name, and so there were writers that did both for Games Workshop, and some of them wanted to go ahead and take the things that they had in Warhammer Fantasy Battle, import it as much as they could to 40K. Now, eventually, and some of the management is still to this day says we don't want that completely, but like even the Tau were brought in at first to be the lizard people from Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and they're still in Age of Sigmar as well. And that was kind of what they wanted. They wanted to kind of bring that one-to-one, maybe make them a little different, but still basically the same. So you had all of these factions, like the Tau. They're like, the problem in 40K is it's just there's so many things to focus on. There's a lot of factions, and it seems like every version they get left behind. And I think that was really what Age of Sigmar was trying to fix, but I don't think it fixed it.
As for the Lizardmen, they had a lot of potential, a lot more like fleshed out code. What they call it? I forgot what they call for the codex on their side, but whatever.
Battletomes?
That would work too. I think that basically within that realm, but they're actually being wasted again. There's no like single like novel for. I know they're like a bit better than 40K and try in some instances, since they're like trying to push the elves as like the other party. But the thing is, they're kind of they're wasting too much time on trying to have like the humanoid races. It'll be great to have other races. Yeah, so we could move on from the Tolkien races, as a lot of people have a problem with its European origin from a social political standpoint, or they're just tired seeing the same old elves, dwarves, and dragons, especially those who are fans of certain fantasy races but were later on disappointed in how it was mishandled, or was just a copy-paste from World of Warcraft, Dungeons & Dragons, or again from Tolkien. They also have in Age of Sigmar a chance to move away from the Tolkien races, I mean, I'm okay with it, but there are people who don't like seeing, of course, more of like Caucasian-looking races. Then why I don't know why they're like focusing too much on like the humanoid races, especially if they're Tolkien, and wasting like time with not utilizing the lizardmen. Especially they're putting them as both like Protoss nomads who go around the stars and teleporting down to help out with people. And then there's also like a lizardmen faction recently in the new tome that became like the lizardmen of old, but they won't like commit more genocide or do sacrifice except for the Skaven. They have like this isolationist, and you can have like a lot of factions, but 40K is a galaxy, and primarily, even if they say that there's 8 realms, they're treating it as like a single planet, like except a flat disk where divided in 8 spots is what I found. Then they're wasting a lot of time on vampires who primarily live in Shyish, or they're discussing its events on the realm of beasts, so that's like 2 areas. For the humans, they go everywhere, but for the elves, it's like also limited, but those are the primary characters.
Well, I can understand why some people, especially if they're not Caucasian, would get tired of seeing it. I will say that I'm tired of seeing some of that stuff for a different reason, mostly because it's very samey. Like, I like dwarves, I actually do, but I get a little tired of them being basically exactly the same everywhere you go. Now, that being said, I understand that we need to, the storytelling is, there's only so many things you can say, and there's only so many tropes that you can hit. But I get wanting to maybe, we've saturated really heavily on high fantasy, and I could understand wanting to see difference. Now, I think the hardest part is finding a way to humanize them. Now, dwarves is a little easier because they're mostly just short people, right? That are very specifically
Scottish.
of a certain. What? Sorry, say again.
Sorry, I said, around Scottish or Irish.
Well, it's an interesting thing because actually they're Nordic, and that's why you see a lot of like the runes and stuff on them. So like if you look at them or the Leagues of Votan, which we can talk about that in a little bit. We get or another podcast.
Later after we're going to a slight bit for 40K. But
sure.
But for now, go ahead with the dwarves. Dwarden, they were called right now.
Yes, Dwarden. Okay, thank you. Dwarden. Yes. So the Dwarden, just in general, right? This is more of a overt topic on the dwarves as a theme. Is that the Scottish accent, that John Rhys Davies uses in Lord of the Rings was kind of his own personal invention as far as the decision to do that voice. That may have been used in the animation, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But the point is that you see that the dwarves come from Nordic mythology, right? Those are the guys that made Thor's hammer, etc. And so that's why you'll see some combination of Nordic themes, and because of the popularity of some representation of dwarves, especially Gimli, you'll see some of that, like the Pictish, which was native Scots, right? And then they would do like the face paint. You'll see some kind of conglomeration of that in there. And frankly, we've seen an awful lot of it. And so that, I think that's why some people, I don't blame people for going, can we try something a little different? Which I think is fine. Like,
if handled well.
Yes. Well, we've as a trope to the wide audience, it's very matured. You get what I'm saying? Like we've played out a lot of it. Now we could go different on it, but I think that's part of it. Now, if you can get a good writer, right, to throw in a couple of good novels, I think you could really expand some of those factions. But I think they have a hard time because they're trying to make sure that they're writing things that sell, right? And it's a risk to use something different.
It's they're having a hard time on trying to do something with it, but a lot of them like obsessed, especially with I know this is a bit off topic, but a lot of like what they're trying to impose, especially since they're trying to change some of our old movies. Not I'm saying not everyone who is progressive, but there's a difference between progressive and woke. A lot of people like like the Sweet Baby are trying to like utilize it as an advantage rather than caring. But as we all know, even if these companies say that they're being progressive, they're not. They're they're companies, especially with the major corporations. They really don't care about the people. They see, especially even as a person of color, I've already seen like them over the years always seeing us like a marketing tool and a statistic rather than people, because at the end of the day, the very moment that they only like do the very minimum, utilize like certain causes or minorities, they'll do like a little bit of like actual help, or sometimes none at all, but do a lot of PR, then move on. I mean, like there's still like overworked people, a lot of like scandals and stuff with companies. Right, Zeph, there's like good point of progressive, but being excessive, especially corporations, we can't just say that just because they're trying to be like woke doesn't mean that they're any better than who they were before.
Oh, that's correct. And a lot of it is used as a shield to do things that they want done, and we're doing it, for good reasons, right? Because we're really trying to fix things. The problem you run into in general is that, so I'm American. I'm sure that can be told from my accent, right? But there are problems in the U.S. as there are everywhere, and they can be addressed. The problem is people use some of those issues as a way in to just get power and really not fix the problems they came in for. And yes, we can say all politicians are like that, which is true, but it's really more of the problem. I think what most people don't like with the woke stuff is that while they're complaining, they're either complaining about something that's really not a big deal for most people. Even if there is a kernel of truth in there, it's that they don't actually do anything positive. It's more like revenge. It's what it feels like a lot, and I don't think people like that. And so you see, like, I don't have a problem with there being, as a Caucasian American, I don't have a problem with seeing people of other races. I'm from a very what they call diverse city, so no issues from me, and I don't mind seeing that in different perspectives, in story, right? So, and I'm cool with seeing all sorts of different things, but I think what most people get turned off for that is just the bitterness of it. If it was just to maybe reflect things a little better, I think that would be fine. But it's the anger that I think turns most people off.
Yeah, and utilized by companies on trying to like, you guys seem to be easily gets free PR when this topic of like forcing and over focusing on the Tolkien races in this fantasy or in fantasy settings to not deviate from it and then still be pissed about it. I'm also trying to refer to, I forgot to mention, I'm also trying to bring up Rings of Power into it. And a lot of people are like, why can't you like it? Because you're not focusing on the story. You're just wasting time. Just be bitter. And these companies are like at the back laughing and like, okay. And yet some of these people are used to be or still are trying to claim to be, what's the word? Rebels or anarchists. And yet they're like clapping every time a company does something.
Yeah.
I mean, if Blizzard does... I mean, there's this joke. I don't know if it's true, but I'm pretty sure there's a kernel of truth to it. So whenever they release something woke in general, they say that somebody in the parking lot of Blizzard got hurt and they want to like get good PR ahead of time. So they release any random like woke stuff to the Overwatch 2 roster.
It's not completely wrong. There's really something to that. It feels like back when J.K. Rowling was a darling. That's the author of Harry Potter. When she was the left's darling, she would do that too. She'd kind of randomly one day on Twitter go, "You guys know that so and so was gay," and you're like, "There's nothing that indicates that in any media you've ever put out except now on Twitter," and it's frustrating. Now, I will say, and I have to give credit to Sargon. As far as I'm aware, he's the first person I've seen use this, was the skin suit. And what you tend to see is that companies, I think in part, they don't care about whatever the media is, right? So, it could be Lord of the Rings, right? Or it could be anything. But what they have, people they want to tell stories, and those people don't really have, let's say, good stories. They have their own stories they want to write, but they have to wear the skin suit of another setting to tell it, right? So they don't really want to tell the story of Galadriel, right? They have somebody else in mind, but they're going to shoehorn in this, which makes no sense because we sort of know this, and well, we do know, from the Silmarillion, we do know the story to some degree or another of Galadriel and Celebrimbor and all these other characters they're from, before The Hobbit and before Lord of the Rings. We know some of those stories because Tolkien did sit down and write some of them, even though it's a dense read. I've read part of the Silmarillion. Anyways, the point is that people really, there's a lot of it is skin suiting because they know that the people love the franchise, and so they're hoping that they can just shoehorn in anything and they'll buy it. And there is some truth to that. I think people are getting really, really tired of it, and we're starting to see the cracks. But they've been doing this for 10 years, 15 years, where they've just been, hey, you love your favorite franchise. What if we just put everything awful in it? You'll still buy it, right?
What if we just slap a new label on it? Like, it's like they were trying to sell us. It's like in the skins of in video games, they try to like, hey, could you give us like $5 or $10 more? We're gonna slap in a different shade of your favorite horse armor in WoW or some other game that we're gonna put in a different skin color. Would that make you want to buy it some more? It's like it's just a skin pack. These people won't care about like Christmas, St. Patrick's Day, or whatever other like holiday there is. And I'm like, Fallout 76 trying to like sell a Santa suit worth $20, a single Santa suit, $20 in the game, and I'm like, just a single suit with no special stuff. That not much stuff, and you want to make me like toss you $20 for it?
Well, the commoditization of everything, I mean, it is ultimately going to happen. The thing is that if you answer that with your wallet as best you can, but I get it. I've spent way too much money on TF2 for hats. I can't pretend like I don't fall for that too. Oh man, this, I got Bill's hat, right? That's the beret from Left 4 Dead. I love that thing. But I'll go on a little tangent here. So are you familiar with the holiday Juneteenth? It's an American holiday.
I have heard of it. Sorry, please refresh my memory.
No, that's fine. It's only since this current president, it's become a federal holiday. Actually, it comes from my home state of Texas. Basically, so it took a long time. The Emancipation Proclamation, right, during the Civil War, that was put in to free all the slaves in the South, and basically it took longer for that information to hit Texas, and so it hit in June, hence the name. And so it is a kind of a uniquely, and I say that because it has a long history in Texas, because that was the last place to be told that, because modern communications, it was a lot harder to get information over, so it took them a long time. And so it kind of became an organic holiday that became kind of co-opted as part of messaging for this current president and the U.S. president. And but what has happened now, and I've already seen some of this, is grocery stores and companies are trying to sell Juneteenth merchandise, and it's just, that one's really hard. That one's really hard to sell, because it's just a like I said, for us, it's like it's a holiday, but we, mostly it's like a barbecue, and people just celebrate the fact that everybody was free at this time, and it hit Texas. Like I said, it's a unique to our geography here. It's not so much the rest of the country, but it kind of turned into this is ours type view. And it's just, and like I said, the big thing is that the companies have been using it as another avenue, and it's weird. It's really forced. I don't think they're gonna get very far with that. It's not gonna be like Easter, right? Which is coming up soon, and my kids are very excited for the Easter Bunny to come, and which is a little different than what Easter was originally supposed to be. But credit to companies, at least they made it something kid friendly.
Well, yeah, it's over the years. But primarily, yeah, they're like mixing things in, and I really don't think like these companies both care and it's properly contextualized when they're selling it, especially with certain context of certain holidays. As for like going back for Rings of Power, it's they really don't even know the context of the story of the Silmarillion. There's so many things that aren't part of like the Second Age. It's like also, especially with Galadriel, according to Tolkien himself, trying to be more like the Blessed Virgin Mary and gave up her arms before the Second Age began. Like at the end of the First Age, she tried to be more. She was like more of leading the army rather than trying to be a leader in the army rather than being a frontline warrior. And I know it's sometimes really shocking to some people, but not all generals, and especially those of nobility, would charge straight into the front lines. Not everyone, like. I really don't get these people. But yeah, they don't actually look into it, and they also like make a big fuss that there's an elf in like the ancient human homeland before it. What was the old ancient land that sank in the Silmarillion?
Oh no, I don't remember.
Numenor, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, as far as I can remember, Numenor was actually a very open place, and the reason why elves aren't seen almost everywhere is that it's not because humans were racist. It's just that the world was very big. Elves like have a different passage of time, and they do visit. And they were like they were trying to like make it like, oh, the elf and the human, they're also trying to do it with Warhammer Fantasy. But the thing is, when human and elves could actually interact with each other, it's just not as common. There's no like animosity, but rather like the age, like I can live for 1,000 years, you can't. But they're half born, so they're trying to say like what would happen if you two were together. They're already like half elves. One of the first kings of Numenor, as I recall, was a half elf. Elrond half elven. His very name is Elrond half elven. And people when try to tell me, what, I thought he's pure elf, so he's half elf? No, half elves in that realm, at a certain age, they will be forced to choose to become pure human or pure elf. And they like, there's like so many lore bits in Rings of Power that's way off.
Well, that's kind of the why I mentioned the skin suit was that they're not trying to tell the story of Lord of the Rings or Silmarillion in this case. They're trying to tell their own story while using the branding and familiar names. But they like, and then every village has looks like walking the streets of Los Angeles, right? Yeah, there's no coherent, like when you're looking at a setting, and especially when you look at Lord of the Rings, it's Europe. It's just Europe, right? There's a little more to it than that, but it's Europe. And so when you look at the wider range of people there, it's you're going to see a lot of white people. And that doesn't mean all you're going to see, because I mean, we even in the Lord of the Rings, we saw that, right? And we know that there are different
ethnicities.
Yes, ethnicities. Thank you. Because there is, but once again, the other problem you run into is that there's a framework, right? That woke people view things from, and the view is essentially that white people made things and made villains that are of different ethnicities because they have some inherent racism in them. And so the setting can't be that, ooh, they're an evil race, but they also happen to be of a certain skin tone, so they change that. And we even saw that with the, did you see the Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering cards? And the changes they made? Yeah.
For what I can see in that one, the reason why there's a limited amount, there are different races, but it's the races that he wanted to put in. He went through 2 world wars, and he has a certain viewpoint. As far as can be, it's not, the ones he was fighting off were primarily also white people. in those both world wars. So it's not where it's like in fantasy. There's already a couple of from D and going into D&D, from Lord of the Rings to D&D, and the woke version, the woke crowd from who were trying to harass the LOTR crowd, who went to Age of Sigmar, Warhammer Fantasy, and like Warhammer, trying to state orcs are black people. I'm gonna say no. He was fighting mostly white people, and there are actually other ethnicities, but primarily the raiders. We're not saying that every Middle Eastern person is like cruel and evil, but I think he put in an aspect of like with the way George Lucas put in the negative aspect of like Middle Eastern people in the Tusken Raiders. There are those from the southern kingdoms who were influenced by the darkness, which is not exactly a certain race. It's more of like an actual form of evil, and they were able to like corrupt the people of, I think, the people of the north or people of the south, but whatever the pirates were. I haven't been to LOTR since I've been like miffed with the hobbits, and later on got ruined by Rings of Power. But yeah, there are certain ethnicities, but primarily there weren't any blacks, but there are like certain areas that you could have said that there are like Middle Eastern and other races, but it isn't. I'm not saying that Tolkien was like cruel and like really racist to black people. It's just that I don't think it was on his mind during that time, which we could just make new stories from now on and not like pressure the whatever we did before as a standard today.
Well, I think there's a couple of things to unpack there. So part of that is that there's part of the woke framework is that everything was racist until now, and it's just not true. In the terms of Tolkien, right? So he wanted to make his own setting, but in part, because he was an expert in he was a linguist, right? He was a professor, and he was an expert in Anglo-Saxon mythology, and so he had these old stories and he knew them. So like Beowulf, right? He has his own translation. He didn't like it that much when he did his own translation because it's hard. I mean, we're speaking in English, and I know it's hard to pass every thought from your language to another language, right? Sometimes it gets lost in translation. And that's the point is that he took this Anglo-Saxon mythology, which comes from Norse, right? So they're kind of its own part, little spin on it, but basically it's the same thing, right? Thor, Odin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, the dwarves, and there were different aspects of it that he took. And so once again, that makes it a Eurocentric because that's where it came from. And so who are the Europeans gonna, part of the thing is like, right, you're gonna see Middle Eastern because that's gonna be one of the closer groups for them to run into, right? And that's on both sides, right? Because that can come up from Spain, or it could come from the east. So that's why they used it's a geographical. I don't think it was anything overtly personal hatred for any of those groups. It was just because if I'm not mistaken, the Wild Men for the Riders of Rohan, right? That was part of they were European white people.
Yeah,
and they had fallen to Sauron.
The Nazgul were, I believe, all white.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they were. Yeah, the Nine Rings. Yes, that. Yeah, so there was, I'd say, a diverse cast of evil. Like I said, the problem is that everything is a framework of if it's old, it's bad, and it was racist, and that's not necessarily what that was. So everything's viewed from this lens that way, and so because, especially things like because it's very overt, and Rings of Power or The Witcher, right? The Witcher TV series, which that's the other thing is that they don't. It feels like that, in part, they don't look at the elves, the dwarves, or these other races as anything other than some kind of offshoot of human. Whereas, Tolkien really fleshed out a lot of these different cultures that of the races of the dwarves, of the elves, and the different offshoots of elves, and the things that they did that were very, it wasn't just, look, I'm a human with pointy ears, or I'm a diminutive human, right? Which was what we see in Rings of Power, what we see in The Witcher. That's my biggest complaint, is it's not interesting. It's very samey.
Yeah, there's actually a more spiritual side, like the elves. The reason why they're like that, they're not completely bothered with death, and like they will of course feel sorrow if someone dies. But the thing is, it's a cycle, and when they die, they actually travel back to gain to undergo a new life. And when there are certain beings traveling between realms, they can actually see both the being in the spiritual form and in the physical form. Like some cases, I believe it was in the Silmarillion or full version of the Lord of the Rings in the book, and in its book version, that the elves can actually see some of the unnatural forces of Sauron. I think it was the Nazgûl who was walking between realms, and they could actually see both those forms. And as far as I can check, they should actually focus on, like I said, have certain alien races on what let's say Mass Effect, and turn them magical, and rather than trying to compete with whatever's already established. Like they want to like change old things because they want to compete or be bitter about it. But I think it's time for us to create new fantasy races. Let's say the Krogans or the Asari. I believe the Asari was like, space elves, but they made it unique enough with different aspects, like an all-female race that can like take DNA from other races and create their own like offspring, but still a female Asari. The Krogans are like giant dwarves, like a mixture of dwarves and orcs, or just orcs, and it's like giant frog dinosaur aliens, but they act like orcs who have super regeneration and strength. We could have that as a fantasy race rather than, the one we always hear in Twitter. Maybe you should use the lens of a racist. Like, how about you stop using the lens of a racist and try to have fun? Because we're not using the lens of the racist, right, Zeph?
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, is like, and that's really what's been lost since Disney bought Star Wars. And I know we'll talk about that in a little bit, but just briefly, there in the EU there was a lot of different races, and they were interesting, and they weren't your typical Tolkien-esque races. There were, obviously, and I think you're forever gonna see Tolkien-esque races, but you're also gonna see other stuff that are interesting and just very cool. And it's a shame that we're running into a problem where we're not seeing a lot of that now. But I think there's a market for it. I think we're tired. We're all tired.
Yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2 had like the lizard men. They're like posh, really annoying. They're like elves, but they have their own unique nature. Like they have urges and sudden actions that that most beast races have, since they're mostly beasts. So when they have an urge, they shape their persona or their actions to a certain point to feed the beast. And what they are, they tend to do that. Like say, oh, I'm a bit hungry, let me just try to eat on top of a tree. Like, so they use their like some races, fantasy race, like climbs up a tree and enjoys the fruit, while most humans wouldn't bother with going up a tree since they don't have the quick reflexes or the claws. When I was like going through Divinity Original Sin 2, there's a lot of like lizards who apparently love going around barefooted because they have scaled feet. Like most beast races, they can go around without having shoes. And some, let's say, beast races suddenly go into a berserker rage if there's like too much wounds or if there's too much blood, and they have to control it. Something like that, something that's different. But even if I'm saying like beast races are not like utilized properly enough or not too expansive, some some tropes tend to like have it. I mean, some IPs can actually have something different when they're using beast races. Except Especially in anime, I'd like to have something else besides them being like slaves or being some form of colonization target, especially in isekai. Like, there's a potency for beast races besides being slaves and freed slaves or servants.
Well, in Isekai's defense, that's basically what they've always done, and we can take that back to the 1800s to John Carter from Mars.
Is that the same movie where there was a guy jumping across?
Yes, that was actually that was a novel, a book series, and in the 1800s, which is why when you watch the movie, right, that's why he starts up. That's why that kind of that Victorian era outfits and everything was literally because that's when it was written. And actually, to segue as a segue, what I liked about John Carter, and I liked about I lost my train of thought on that, but there was a couple other ones that were Farscape, was that I like seeing humanity viewed as something different, not the default of a setting, right? That's another one that gets a little old for me. That basically it's like, oh well, there's nothing unique about humans, they're just the standard for everything. And I think if you kind of open up to spend other time on the other let's say races that you can discuss, that can also see what gives an advantage to humanity instead of just going, this is the default and they're different, whatever. I read a book, I think I read it was two of them. It was I felt very smug, like felt very cheated because it was called Mech, because I like big robots and Mech Warrior, Battletech, etc. And so I read this book series, and it was basically like somebody took Starship Troopers, the book, and made their own. It's not a great series, but what I did like about it was that they had an alien race that shows up on a planet, and there's a hive mind, and they have the kind of the queens make whatever is needed type thing, right? Which we see in a lot of insect alien race things. And then one of so they'll make, it's like a brain bug, right? So they made one like that, and he was like a general, and he had the aliens dig under the city to attack it, because he knew that humans came from simian, either tree-like or just walking. They don't think about being attacked from under the ground. And I thought that was kind of an interesting perspective that I would like to see more from other races and in any setting. So this was a sci-fi, but the same thing could work in a fantasy setting as well.
Yeah, and we could use those certain aspects to create a new race. Have you heard of the series Orville?
Yes.
Have you watched it?
I've seen some episodes, but only in the first season.
Okay. So I like the one, the Orville, they try to expand on like alien differences, and there's that's even like from a blob alien to like a 7-foot giant, like a mixture of like insect, dinosaur, and like a fungus type of alien. Like there are differences, and like he can't wear clothing all the time, and it interrupts his like other senses. The blob alien can't go to certain is vulnerable to being leaving a part behind, but he can sense his part back and can go back to him. And there's also like an alien race who lived on a planet that was very harsh, and what happened through their evolution was the males were the only survivors, so they were the only species, they were only part, and they started adapting ways to biologically to have their males to be the ones to give birth. So they became really antagonistic to they did join the galactic like community, but they were very perturbed seeing females of other races, and often are both like positively homosexual, I guess, but also really sexist, because they viewed women as very strange and weak, because they're not only just males. They underwent several years going through a harsh planet, being able to eat rocks or a cactus without much distress, and that made them tougher, stronger, and one of them was able to still be beaten by a trained starship official on one of the show's primary crew. So what I can say is like there are a lot of good alien races on it that have great ways to say that there are different biologies. There's also an alien race that has like a very spiky exterior, so the ones who want to like mate with them have to navigate and try to like pleasure them in a way that the spikes in certain areas would flow down, would retract, and then they have to like go with the flow so that they won't get spiked up when the spikes extend again. Like those things. We could have several alien races several fantasy races possess those same things and move away from being just human, because we can't just keep trying to humanize or trying to be familiar, because there are several things like dragons, like the full I know there are like dragons in some settings that are humanoid in size. Alduin, those things we can see wonder in them and not have them as human as possible.
Actual diversity, I think, is what we're actually talking about here. Is things that are different, not diversity in the sense of I see a human with different shades
Of
skin color. Yeah, what we're actually looking at is and that's kind of what I was talking about with Star Wars, right? Because that one actually had a lot of that too. But you're right, Orville. From what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of YouTube shorts, is aggressive, and I've seen bits and pieces of some of the newer ones, and I know what you're there. Yeah, that race, they're kind of like Klingons, kinda, and I had that episode specifically because I know a little bit about it. Was interesting because it handled kind of the trans conversation in with nuance, and I that's another thing that I think we like to see is not just a shoehorned ideology of any stripe. We actually see kind of it being discussed and intellectually brought into a story organically without it being, hello, I am underrepresented group X and I am amazing and you're not amazing for not liking me as I am. And it's just it's nice to see that, and it feels like Orville is truly got the spirit of Star Trek.
That's it. Yeah, proper diversity. I know we're treading already on the topic. We'll just say we already treaded on the topic of Warhammer 40k, because one of the problems is the Xenos part. Okay, so regarding Stormcast Eternals, we'll get back to the Xenos thing in a few. I really don't think they've gotten... If you've heard that during the Stormcast Eternals, they don't much match anything. They're having a hard time becoming like above human and being too human. Have you seen some of the trailers of the Age of Sigmar?
I saw the last reveal in Marshall Beaumont's stream.
You mean the Reforged?
Yes.
Okay. I really don't know why they're doing this. Okay, so they're like Space Marines but with weaker armor and basically the same strength and speed as a peak human being. So I don't know why they're suddenly teleporting them or making them fight in small numbers at the waves of enemies coming at them, because several trailers and several books have them dying to like things that would kill a normal human. Let's say a stab in the back while by a if you've seen the latest trailer where the woman was stabbed by an orc's I don't know, like I guess an orc or goblin, whatever. He looked like a regular frontliner unit, and when they were like stabbed in the back, while the other trailer had the Stormcast Eternals, an elite of the Stormcast Eternals, shot in the chest. And I'm like, you guys have super huge armor that slows you down and makes you a big target. Be able to be like killed within like a single shot from a minion. Oh well, the other guy got shot with a crossbow by an elite orc, but that's not the same thing. It's still like a single shot. And while the newer one got killed by a lowly frontliner orc, and yet they have like huge golden like armor, and I'm like, you guys have super huge armor that slows you down and makes you a big target. Be able to like kill within like a single shot from a minion. Oh well, the other guy got shot with a crossbow by an elite orc, but and yet they have like huge golden like armor, and I'm like, you guys have super huge armor that slows you down and makes you a big target. Be able to like kill within like a single shot from a minion. Oh well, the other guy got shot with a crossbow by an elite orc, but and yet they have like huge golden like armor, and I'm like, Why do you have thick armor and everything, and like these like superhuman backstory? You were reforged 7 times. You're trained to the highest quality of training, and you're stronger than most humans. But if you die from a single attack from a minion or from an elite, why do you like go in the front lines and like wear huge and heavy armor? I know there's Stormcast who have crossbows and like fight in the distance and try to take cover. I think they should, if they're gonna go Space Marine, they should follow the aspects of the Space Marines where they actually take military tactics and not take on the waves of enemies head on at small numbers. Or try to be like Custodes, where won't just take one attack, but they'll take like dozens or hundreds of attacks to take them down. And they're like able to sweep through enemies like Sauron did in the original Lord of the Rings movie, where he's a single swing could like send minions flying away. Because I really don't get it where these Stormcast Eternals most of the time are being placed into situations that are like 1 versus 1,000, and yet they could die from a single hit.
Well, see, I think that's the problem that we're seeing is that I think it's a lot of business decisions. So that Warhammer 40K came in because of the success of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and the setting got eclipsed by 40K, and so the attempt was to try to.
Mm-hmm.
The attempt was to try to emulate that in a fantasy setting, which is a little harder. And as you talked about, there's some literal technical issues with it that don't make sense. And so the idea is just we've got Space Marines, but it's a fantasy setting, and it doesn't really make sense. It can, but the other problem is that there's two things or not two things, but there's a couple things with Space Marines, is that they're transhuman, right? They're to borrow from the White Zombie song, they're more human than human. They're beyond peak humanity, right? They live longer. They live hundreds of years. They can oh man, the gene seed and everything that's within them takes in a lot of damage. They can be protected from all sorts of stuff. So even without the black carapace and without the armor, they are tougher than almost anything. And so there's that part, and the aspect that these people in a decision to help humanity have foregone their own humanity.
Yeah, there's a more noble and tragic aspect of it. While they're trying to have a noble and tragic aspect of the Stormcast, trying to like be nobles or like be pricks about being nobles, there are a bunch of like ticking time bombs. When they do die, they suddenly have their souls like taken a bit, so when they come back, they become less human, and they can't remember much of their past life. So they're slowly becoming war automatons, is what they're saying. But why bring them on the forefront of the battlefield? If they die easily, they're heavy and slow. They're very bright in the battlefield. Most of them having like gold colored armor. I know they can change the colors, but most of them are really obvious in the battlefield. They're in the front lines. They could have been rewritten as Custodes, or even like to make them interesting, like Custodes and Grey Knights, where they're like super strong, super swift warriors with magical powers. But instead, we have them dying left and right. If dying has no like consequence, like if they like respawn a few seconds later, a few more times, that's fine. But they respawn like weeks, and with a heavy curse if they do get resurrected.
Well, I think they were trying to add stakes to something that by saying that they're going to lose their humanity, and I remember hearing even during the reveal that people talk about that, oh well, they say that, but really there hasn't been any impact, and I think they're trying to fix that with the more recent work in 4th edition. The problem is that I just don't think it's very good, and it harkens too much to Space Marines and Custodes and this. So I think we're pulling too hard from 40K, when I think as we talked about before, they should probably do their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can have something like this, but really they should be something more like Sigmar's guards, and only in very, very specific scenarios do they show up.
Yeah, like I said, having a more, if they're trying to like have it a bit more really superhuman, but they're afraid because they're they're the new poster child of in Warhammer Fantasy. I know there was like a bit of boring stuff, like some of the humans barely look fantastical. Yeah, but they do look more. They have their more unique stuff now, as especially if they're gonna have combined arms. Again, I really don't know why, despite having the war book stating there's like a mix of elves, dark elves, and light elves of like old, but in a single setting. It's called the Cities of Sigmar, so they're elves, dwarves, and everything. But most of the time when I read it, it's all a bunch of humans who barely have any like support from the old races, because the war books are nice. Like, you have a bunch of different races that aren't unique. The light elves of Age of Sigmar are different from the. I think it's because they didn't want to throw away the models, but they're different from the Luminate Realm Lords, the new high elf, like more powerful and more haughty versions of the high elves of old. But there's already a distinction, and so we could have it like a mixed race. It's like having a Star Trek version of in fantasy, but they rarely use that aspect, and it's like a bunch of humans. And again, in Stormcast, they're trying to be diverse, but the lore states that almost anyone under the realm of order can become an asset and be a part of the Stormcast Eternals, but it's mostly humans. I know they're trying to be diverse with. I think there's like a black one and a female, slightly darker. I think there's like a slightly dark female on the Stormcast Eternal roster, but we could move away from the Tolkien races. But come on, we could have a dwarf or an elf there, and again, yeah, like what you said, we could diversify it properly and have them come up to become proper soldiers, proper like elite shock troops or assassins. Like, they're really overpowered, but they're going to be used rarely. Rather than, I mean, we could have that instead of just having them as the primary poster boys and return the mortals as the full armies. Something like that.
Well, and I think that's part of why we're seeing Warhammer Fantasy Battle getting a lot of attention because of that, and why they're drip feeding it because I think they don't want to mess up with their current line. But there, even in Age of Sigmar, there's some interesting groups. Like, I like the make sure I say, I've never said this out loud before, Kharadron Overlords.
Kharadron Overlords, yes.
Yes, they're pretty interesting as well, but I don't feel like that there's a lot of, we don't expand on them now. Now, look, to kind of on the flip side,
they're trying nowadays, but it's too small.
Well, and there's also like the other problems is that they like, the reality is that I think that we're gonna always have most people focus on the human side of things, to kind of pull from the Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if you remember that, one of the early posts during because they were in early access for what, like 2 years, almost 3 years.
Yep.
And at some point they had the statistics on what everybody picked as a character, and they said the vast majority of people picked a white human male warrior. And I think you're going to deal with a lot of people wanting that focus, but I think if they handle it with more nuance, I think it could still be interesting to see them mix it up. But I think you're right. I think it would be nice to see some of the Stormcast Eternals with maybe different shapes, right? Seeing some of the Duarden in there.
A Lizardman Stormcast would be really nice.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Or, I mean, look, just have, and I think that the answer to that question is more of a logistical one. I think that they don't have the molds, or it's not worth the cost for the molds for them to do that, or it's risky. But I would like to see that. I would like to see them, and that would be...
Oh, I have a solution for that. But we'll discuss that in Warhammer 40k. But primarily, Stormcast need to be an elite killing force. Thanks for reminding me of that. We could have them strike in and have the cities of Sigmar, who are basically the Star Trek. You know, the whole Federation thing. We could have them like mixed in with like the Orville. Like there's like a mix of like different races. Well, Orville's mostly human, but you know, I think it's more of a budget thing. But we could have like elves, like because what the cities of Sigmar again is like Warhammer Fantasy, but in Age of Sigmar. So they have their own light elves, their regular dwarves, who are like acting like the dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy with the clans and basic guns and everything. And the Caradron Overlords, of course, yes. They're like mercenary, like super capitalist dwarves. So they could actually help out. They're actually helping out nowadays, but the thing is, we could have them as a regular staple, as like a auxiliary force that will help out, and have in like, I think you played Vermintide, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone also listening? Vermintide was a good concept of like, imagine that but a bigger scale. You have a bunch of elves, dwarves, and humans of different vocations and capabilities charging at a foe. And we could have like certain humans be like the Stormcast we saw, who are slightly better than humans. So we could have Stormcast actually be like superhumans, but used scarcely, or in an uncommon occurrence, or as let's say an expensive shock troop later on. But primarily we're gonna have focus on, let's say, we could actually create like an ascended or blessed like citizen of the cities of Sigmar from elf, dwarf, and whatever, and then have them be be like a focus of, let's say, this, like having like an Inquisitor or a Sister of Battle 40k charging with the normal humans and leading them, something like that, rather than always having a Stormcast Eternal as the poster boy, despite not being too interesting and very limited in areas.
Well, I think the other thing is that they're pulling, it's too much of a business decision, and not because it's interesting. They're trying to emulate a success that it's not organic at all.
I really think they're trying to have a template. Let's say, let's try to have this thing going, but we also have to make sure that we have a they don't want to take too much risk, because despite Games Workshop always overpricing things and suddenly changing rules so they could sell more books. If you can hear me, Games Workshop, go fuck yourself. But I really think they always want to like have, most companies have a pattern that they can rely on and just walk on that while trending on something. But they could really take a risk every once in a while, because otherwise, they're gonna die out. And the reason why there's a big uptake in like Warhammer Old World is because, you know, people barely feel anything from Age of Sigmar. It's like they're trying to be different, but it's the same thing.
Well, there are some things that you can, almost every setting you can do something like Custodes pretty much works in every setting, but I think the Space Marines don't necessarily work in every setting. In a limited capacity, but not the way it is in 40k with Space Marines. It's just a little different. And I think what we like about Space Marines is that there's a pretty diverse group as far as what they do, different aspects of warfare.
Mm.
And I think that's another thing we don't really see with the Stormcast Eternals so much, is this wide range of different things that they could do.
There's actually, again, it's very different from what I said, from what I saw from the war books. So the tabletop is very different from the novels, and it's most of the time the novels help shape the tabletop. So especially in Age of Sigmar, I really don't think that could just have I don't know. They want to keep focusing on like, oh, I have heavier armor and I have a slightly better whacking stick covered in magic. It's mostly melee focused on the novels. I'm like, there's no restriction on you guys not having, let's say, a gun. Like, of course we can't have a gun. Let's say that's the Caradron Overlord thing, the dwarf thing. In most fantasy settings, they have the guns, but the Stormcast Eternals have a range of like bowmen, and like I said, there's even from what I saw, there's like a drum mag crossbow, So I think it's like a fully automatic or semi-automatic, like the ones we saw in Van Helsing. So we could have that, like, and then have them have wizards, since they're mostly like they're all magical. They're basically demons of Sigmar. So have a lot of them like cast their own magic. Let's say I'm gonna cast in a force field, and all of us will start shooting first with our automatic crossbows, and then we can whip out our melee weapons when they're too close. Something like that, rather than charging in with the numbers of 10 to 15 versus 1,000. It's like, I know like clan rats, when I saw like even in trailers and read books, they're basically nothing to a stormcast. But a single clan rat is nothing compared to a well organized or a tidal wave of 100 clan rats coming at your stormcast.
Agreed. And that's, yeah, and they kind of have that. They're kind of the Tyranids of that setting, and so it's just overwhelming force.
I haven't seen a single Space Marine charging headlong to a tidal wave of Tyranids. It's mostly they have a gun. They can use it. Do you know they actually have dragons as well in Age of Sigmar?
Right.
Yeah, like use them and like have them breathe fire. It's like when I read the lore, they can like bite things. So when they're fighting Chaos Drakes, it's like, imagine a very thick lizard with with the mix of like a panther for the chaos forces, and it's basically just biting each other. And like have them breathe like lightning or fire or ice, something a bit different, so that can help out when when they're charging lines. The dragon can actually do something, or anyway, anything with range that can like overcome the melee of the enemy. They have so much potential for like a lot of things in Age of Sigmar. But again, if you guys fail, please transfer some of those lovely updated like artworks and designs to Warhammer 40k. The Fire Slayers would be a great thing for like the Leagues of Votan, or the new like the cool things in the Shyish, the Grand Order of Death. There's so many nice things you could transfer to the Necrons, and especially the cultists. I know it was stated that there's like a full range in Warhammer 40k for cultists, but we could have like there's much more diverse things from what I saw in Age of Sigmar. I mean, I know they're like trying to be a bit samey from, it's called the Norskans, right, from Warhammer Fantasy. They're still trying to rock that look, but we could transfer the newer versions of the cultist over to Warhammer 40k.
Yes. And well, I was actually just looking at this. Hold on, let me open it up here. The Vanguard Raptors with Hurricane crossbows and Aether Wings. And that line, you could really proxy that. And that's even like, and yeah, it's not exactly the same as a bolter. But oh man, you could really put this in 40k easily, in my opinion, especially maybe 30k. But oh man, it's very, very similar to, and I think that's part of I think our over complaint is that it's very similar.
I would have loved seeing the Sanguinor. You want me to search? You want me like send you a picture of the Stormcast Eternals like main leader? I think it's called Prime something.
Sure.
Let's see, Prime. He has like, but you're seeing the range of the Stormcast, right, from the GW site or from Google. God, they are. There we go. I found him. He's called Celestin Prime. Now imagine that on the Sanguinor. Sent it to you on Discord. And do you see it now? There.
Yes.
In the podcast.
Yes.
Server.
Oh, that is that would be very nice. Well, there's a lot of those that I was looking at the Knight Relictor. That's very nice, and you could easily. That's an easy proxy. The very little you'd have to do for that.
You mean like for the chaplains or one of the?
Yes. And then, well, even like Lord Commander Bastion Karthlos wants another one, and I've already seen people do proxy him up, and they're some of the models for Age of Sigmar are really nice. I really like they put a lot of effort in them that I feel like we don't see as much in 40k, and it's kind of frustrating because the setting isn't as interesting. there's the stakes aren't the same, and I think that's the problem. Is it's like, well, the Stormcasters, they'll come back. Oh, they're automatons. Well, we haven't even really seen that yet. We haven't had any of this stuff really fleshed out, even though it's a several years old setting.
Yeah, and like they die way too often, so aren't you an automaton right now? There's actually a schizo, but it's like just one time when I was reading, like when Gotrek came back. The settings is having a hard time when they have to bring back a dead character, well, a lost character to the setting, and when Gotrek came back, he actually met a Stormcast who had brain damage, who sometimes kills in a sense because he has like the red thirst of the Blood Angels. That's his curse when he was revived after like 11 times of being resurrected. And it's mostly they're being put down and not being resurrected again if they're already starting having like the schizo berserker thing. So we don't have like the moments where you have like your battle brother. I forgot what's called in Stormcast, but let's call them battle brothers or battle sister. When your battle brother or battle sister comes in, and then they're like automatons. Yeah, that could like be a dynamic, but it's not happening. It's like, oh, you're back, and you're either gonna be put down forever, or not, or just be basically slightly different. Let's say you don't like. I think it was mentioned that you don't like certain food anymore. It's like that's not much of a memory takeaway that Nagash took away. If we're really taking up chunks from a person, they should be changing significantly if they've already died twice. Several characters that I've read in Stormcast have already died more than 3 times. So if you already died once after becoming a Stormcast Eternal, that might not change anything. But after the second death, you gotta be like a bit different.
I think it's risk averse, and from a business perspective, I think they're afraid of making the stakes too serious because it may turn people off, which I think was the kind of part of the decision to go to Age of Sigmar from Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Now, there were other problems with Warhammer Fantasy Battle, like rule bloat and other things, but I think they're trying to play it safe because they know these things work because they've seen it work in even their own franchises, other franchises that they own. But I think they just have to at least a little bit lean into that edginess and let it be what it is. And just like in 40K, you just go, we've got a lot of people, we've got a lot of places we could pull from, and the stakes may be serious. Eventually they will all die. The people we have here will die off, but we can still pull more, and kind of you can go that route without it being and let it be brutal without going, no, they're back and it's okay, but a little different, but it's mostly okay.
Yeah, I think they're trying to like. I know when they're saying that the setting is like majority is still in chaos and they're like trying to take back everything thanks to Stormcast, but maybe again, like we could have the cities of Sigmar with the Federation of Races coming in, but I think it's a bit too late already because they've already had so many wars. When a certain war comes in, let's say, because first there's chaos, so it's still around, but whenever a new war comes in, let's say Nagash becomes a dick, starts doing stuff on his own, nothing happened. Poof, the undead are basically manageable, and they're sometimes a villain, and then there's Alariel trying to be like a solo semi-neutral force. If you don't bother her, she won't kill and flay you alive. But basically, as well as with the Age of the Beasts, like the orcs and like beastmen, not beastmen, but the orcs and the ogres and stuff like that have suddenly surged in power, but nothing much is happening. It's like when I read through this book, sometimes they're like having a chill time. In Warhammer 40K, you could feel like I know it's not. We can't have too much excessive shit, but you could actually feel like the galaxy is still like a hard place and there's wars everywhere. But in Age of Sigmar, it's either the people are too religiously, I think it's like really strict Christian vibes, or there's a bit of trouble from a slight bit of orcs, or there's like corruption and then famine in the cities of Sigmar. But there's nothing much I could say like that chaos is still holding majority of the realms and they're plotting something, or there was like again like the undead suddenly surged in power for a while, or the forces of destruction from ogres, giants, and like the orcs. Basically nothing. I could feel like they could have a good time, and I really and there's like a few plays there's only a few plays that come up in the novels, and they're like, okay, yeah, I could still like have a peaceful time, unless something stirs up out of nowhere, rather than there's like, we've got to be careful if there's going to be a siege at any point and we have to take care of ourselves. It's not grim. It's like they're having a hard time of between being grim dark and becoming a like more modernly
Noble
marketable.
right. Yes, that is true too. Well,
Yeah.
I think and that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, is that there's no stakes. There's no stakes to what's going on, or it doesn't feel like as much. Like you're right. 40K does a good job of making you feel like the setting is besieged on all sides. It doesn't quite feel the same here, and there's a lot of other things. And I think when a setting spends a lot of time doing member berries, right, that it gets really, it doesn't feel organic, and I think that it turns people off.
I mean, they brought back again Gotrek out of nowhere, and like, oh, you're bringing back someone who's from Warhammer Fantasy. But yeah, I love seeing the dwarf back, but his books are good. Well, the first few books were really good, somewhat, but he feels out of place. He doesn't have the same pacing as it with the rest, where we could have some urgency and we could start finding trouble in some places. From what I read.
I'll agree with that.
Oh, you haven't heard that Gotrek came back?
Oh no! I did hear that. I was just saying I agree with you. No, I am familiar. I'm not as deep in on the Age of Sigmar / Warhammer Fantasy Battle, or I guess Old World now. I'm not as familiar. I knew some of it, but like I said, I wasn't really I was more of a sci-fi guy. So, but I mean, I still enjoy it as just newer.
Of course. Well, anything to add in Age of Sigmar before we move on?
Not. I think that's everything.
All right. So, regarding the Warhammer 40K, I actually have the solution for the mold thing, and the reason why, again, there's like a lot of scalpers. We could have a solution for the scalper thing, the lack of storage space, the risk and maintenance and the cost of like sending models everywhere across UK and of course North America and across the world, and having to deal with like the changing, like having to like risk having too much of a price change on different stores of different parts of the world. Do you want to guess what my solution is for that one?
3D printing.
Yes, it is, man. Yeah. We could have 3D printing. Okay, I know it's like AI, it's like the AI thing, but the way things are changing, we'll need to adapt, and it'll be better if we start finding ways to adapt to any of the problems to it, rather than let the entire thing straight up get to a point where we'll have to start solving the problems when it gets there, rather than preparing ways to like resolve those problems when they come up, or prevent those problems from ever coming up. I mean, several people were against the age of like the mass production industry and the creation of the cars. It got a lot of jobs taken off, especially with cars. Horses became less of a thing, and they only tried realizing the problems of the car when the cars were already running around, rather than having society try to test it out slowly, and then have ways to resolve what the problems of having a car en masse later on would be. So I think we should have 3D printing be more, not exactly normalized, but contextually and moderately placed into the market, having some centers, or like finding ways on how to like make sure that you can profit off like having STLs, because okay, I'm gonna admit, I have STLs that are way better than what GW produces. I mean, they look like the book covers of certain of certain novels and like some of the artworks, one of their best art commercial artworks. I have some of those models and they look far better than current stuff has. Your thoughts?
Well, I think I agree with you that things change, technology changes, and we should move forward with it instead of trying to fight it back.
Yeah, it'll
You
be
know,
better. It'll be better if we start
yes.
adapting to it. You know,
Well, go ahead.
go ahead.
Well, I think, and especially in GW's case, because I know like some of the smaller tabletop companies are embracing it or trying to at least. I know the guys who make Heavy Gear, which I don't know if you're familiar with that setting.
I think I've heard of it.
It's a mecha based one. They're out of Canada, and I forget what the name of the company is. But anyways, if you go to their website, they sell some of their models in STL form, and I think that's great. I think the problem is that the fear, which once again this is what we're running into a lot of companies that are risk averse, right? They're afraid that they're going to make less money because they make so much money on the models, and I think they're afraid that it's gonna saturate and people aren't gonna buy it. But the reality is that I can go to all sorts of websites totally legally and buy far cheaper proxies that are, in some cases, better detailed or adhere more to what I want to see.
Yeah, like I said, I have ones that could look like the ones from the novels. I actually got one from well, my cousin has the one from Major Kill. He started standing out like altered versions of like, especially with the Eldar. Again, GW. We could have Xenos. They're actually more interesting. Like they have a potential to be even far more interesting than any of the. They could be more interesting than the elves in Age of Sigmar and Warhammer Fantasy. If they could just really like both also like helping out with their models and try to make them a bit more fancy. But as far as yes, again, the moderation and trying to sue certain servers so they shut down. But it's like porn. I'm gonna say it. It's like porn and torrents. You ask one server to go down, they're gonna find other ways to start like bringing up elsewhere. There are even like from what I heard, there's even like Discord servers to TeamSpeak that can bring up STLs again because they can regulate it around because they have enough of trusted circles going around who whenever there's a public version of it, I know they're trying to like sneak in like people trying to rat them out, so they try to sneak in like quote unquote interested parties, so whenever something comes up it'll take about a few weeks, then it shuts down. But thing is, they're not part of the inner circles of the people who share these STLs, so they can keep making public groups and servers everywhere, especially in free apps, quote in quotations, like Discord and TeamSpeak. Like they can share information, and then poof, we could have another group come up with a bunch of STLs without having worry to be sent a lawsuit or something.
Yes, well, and you know, so part of that, I think Gabe Newell talks about this, that he says that pirating is it's an issue of not making things interesting and de-incentivizing things. And I think that's part of the problem is that instead of embracing it, they fight it aggressively. And, you know, it's at least somewhat successful for them.
From what I can say... sorry, go ahead.
No. Go on.
Well, from Gabe's point, Steam is working well because of two things. It embraced the digital distribution, where we don't have to go through stores, and we can have like, well, also he has good customer service, but he has like a rating system, unlike in Epic Games. I know Epic is like trying, but they don't have a rating system. But Steam has a rating system. It's digitally distributed, and most of all, one thing GW is afraid to do is try to have reasonable prices, especially during sales that happen at least 3 to 4 times a year or 3 times a year in Steam.
Yes.
Well, let's go with 3. But yeah, those 3 times a year is good enough because we don't actually, and as much as companies tend to like forget, especially with Apple, nobody wants to keep buying something like every month. Oh, I think it's like Blizzard. But anyway, yeah, we have a few times a year. I mean, I purchased mostly like a heavy low, like around like 4 to 5 games or a DLC or like a cosmetic like once a year, especially during Christmas. Other than that, I just, I'm trying to be wise with my money. And this would be a great thing if GW created, or we had like an STL website similar to Steam, has ratings, digitally distributed, has a good customer service, and of course reasonable prices with 2 to 3 times a year, at least twice a year of sales, especially during Christmas.
I agree. I think new business models is important for that. But it goes back to there's an old book. Where's the cheese or Who Moved My Cheese? The idea that people will keep going to the same place even though the model's not working anymore. And I think that the reality is that while you're still going to have people who are going to buy models, you're going to have another set of people who would rather print their own stuff or get it from, just get the STL and then do something from there. And I think, it's eventually going to bite GW in the behind when they're literally going to be left behind by other people coming up with models, something more interesting, or like you talked about, having a digital storefront, which I mean, in reality, we're already seeing, but something more specific as a competitor to 40K or Age of Sigmar.
There's a few people who love the idea of like assembling models, but seriously, majority of people, like it's like in D&D, a lot of people got into D&D during the 4th edition is because there was a character builder. So imagine like to have something automated in everything. We could also have like something to resolve certain aspects in gaming, so we don't have like, oh, let's see the rules. We could have AI also run around, and during this match you're trying to target this unit, right, sir? Okay, we're gonna like calculate differences and see if there's any rule discrepancy. Just tell me what you want to do. I will attack it and this and that. Move here and attack it. Okay, then we putting out the rules so we don't have to like flip through pages and try to like besides, I know there's army builders for point cost and checking for rules, but it'll be great if we could just point to click, like having a StarCraft thing, like except on the table. I know that'd be cool too, having like a tabletop simulator version and like StarCraft, but the physical we could have a like an AI app that could like go through rules so we don't argue about it on the table too much, because we're having a hard time going through different books. Because I actually quit during like 9th edition because there was already a lot of like, oh, go buy this book and this book as well, because there's a new rule about this and there's a good rule about that, or this rule, or the new book, I think it's called the supplement. So when the supplement comes up, oh, that this rule is already not viable or it's illegal or something like that.
How familiar are you with BattleTech?
Read the lore, tried to play some of their games. About
Okay,
good enough.
So are you aware of Megamech?
No.
It is a digital version of the tabletop, and it's not phenomenal. It's not like Tabletop Simulator, you know what I'm saying? But it's pretty. It's as close to a 1-to-1 comparison, and it does a lot of the heavy lifting. So like, as you know, with BattleTech, it's very math heavy, and it does all of those calculations itself. So I can spin up a game right now, and I can play with it. They've even got a bot, and you play against the bot, and you can tweak kind of its mentality.
Oh yeah, we could have it in certain. They could like. We could actually have it, besides a digital version, we could just, again, point the camera or have certain lists already built into the app so they know what we're trying to target in a battlefield. And so it could calculate the damage, or we could just roll fewer dice so we could move the game along.
Well, and that's
Yeah.
but that's what I think what we're really talking about is kind of digitizing some of that, not all of it, right?
Mhm.
I mean, some of it's great to be there and do it, but I think for some of us that are more
Homely.
netizens, right? Yes. For us, we have there's a business, there's a need for us to be able to do some of this without having to go out. And there's a ton of great apps and tools out there, and that we that have been made for other things or could be utilized here. And that's really what I'm getting at is we could find there's a lot of cool stuff that could be done that businesses I think are afraid to go ahead and take that risk because they're afraid it's going to mess up their current revenue stream, which I can understand, right? You've got a bunch of employees, you got to pay them on Fridays, right? It's or whatever, you got payday coming up and you're like, are we going to be able to make it? But at the same time, so like I think it would be even better if we could see some startups pop up and show some of these businesses that is a viable model for them to do something a little different. And it's really not technologically that difficult or intensive. It can be done.
Yeah, it could be done, and we better like try to like figure it out later on, because it's not much of a good idea to keep these things in the dark. Because again, Tabletop Simulator is we've mentioned it a few times already. It's actually very convenient, and we don't have to lug around. I know that people love showing off their models, but 90% of the community both don't wanna like. One thing I love about STLs is that not everyone loves to connect the bits. It's sometimes irritating as well, like trying to snap it off and like connect it together. The STL is like, poof, here's your unit. That's it. You could like plop it down the table. Especially with the digital thing, not many wanna like go through hours of painting. I wanna see someone paint, but I don't wanna like spend myself several hours painting each orc in my army of my 2,000 point army, especially since they're cheap. I see green everywhere.
Well, I have a coworker who he doesn't like tabletop games, but he likes painting. So he's actually painted a lance of mine for BattleTech. It's Wolf's Dragoons. So he's painting that for me. But like, and if he hadn't done that, they would still be in the pile of shame, because I'm not a big painter myself. I'm more into the other aspects of it than merely the painting. And I think that's another thing is that starting out, it was a very specific group of people who got into wargaming. Obviously, people who liked to paint, but also liked the tabletop, and it's expanded out. And I think, you can't appeal to every audience, but I think that the setting has grown beyond, for most of this stuff, like Age of Sigmar 40K, they've expanded out beyond just being this niche of people who like to paint and roll dice. And so we could see them kind of try to expand out a little bit would be nice.
I mean, they've already tried adapting and they already realized it. They already had a bit of trouble back then with trying to send like physical copies of novels. They suddenly realized, oh god, there's an ebook. There's like an ebook version of things and audiobooks. There, we could have those coming in, and then, well, most people buy it in bundles, or some who can't afford, of course, will try to pirate it. But I buy mine from like bundles, or when I see something interesting enough, I purchase it. But sometimes I do regret it if like the story like is a waste of time. But I really think that digitizing things would help things like Warhammer. There are fans who just come in, just read the lore, or got interested in the video games despite the very sparse good ones. But yeah, they come in for the lore, and if they like something, if they like a certain model, I think it'll be great to have like an STL of it, and then they could just paint it up rather than wait for several months for an opening of for a certain production of a mold. Then they'll ship it out. There could be a few problems, so a bit of delay. Then they have to clip it out of each part. Let's try to assemble it bit by bit. No, man, I really think we could have a market.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could have a proper a market. You said that could be well and ripe for the taking for years.
Well, something I've noticed because, as I said before, I'm more on the lore side. I do like the video games too. Though. I do play a lot of video games. On the lore side, what I've been seeing, most people I talk to, if they ingest the lore, they do it via Audible, or they buy the audiobook. And I think that also indicates a less lack of want for the physical copies, especially I'm talking about for the books. But a lot of people have gone that route, myself included. That's my preference, is to listen. I'd rather listen than read. And so I think this is GW has done, I think, a better job of trying to do that, but I would like to see them expand more out. And even some of their, like, I've got as a bundle, I got a bunch of horse heresy stuff, and one of them was an audio drama called Binary Succession, and so it was full audio, sound effects, there was a cast. It was very cool, and I'd like to see them to continue down that route. And once again, that's, there's nothing physical about that. That's just, download an audio file and listen to it.
Yeah, it's actually quite convenient. I mean, several people do podcasts and go around with their chores or mundane tasks that don't require much cognitive difficulty. Going back to the topic of digitizing things, have you actually thought of like this in a while, like holograms? If you remember Yu-Gi-Oh, imagine if we had that. If we had like bringing around our phones and we could like plop it down to a table and suddenly we could have a battlefield come up and we could have holograms. I'm waiting for that time to come.
That was kind of the hope with AR, the augmented reality, that would happen, and it doesn't seem like that people had enough of an appetite to embrace that technology, but that would have been really cool. And you can really, and with some of the more modern VR headsets, that could really become something really neat. That would be cool, but
we're not there. But I really think it's more of like the lack of technology and the way we have to streamline the system. We can't have it all at once. I mean, like people are already afraid of the it's called the Pro Vision for Apple.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually way smaller and stated by other people much lighter than the first Oculus, which is a significant step, not like huge bounds, but I think it's a significant step in the direction of having AR and then having certain things pop up in front of you.
Well, yeah, the Apple Vision Pro, yes, definitely compared. I had an Oculus Pro 2, the Quest, yeah, thank you. Quest Pro 2, and yeah, it was a pretty unwieldy beast. But looking at the Apple Vision Pro, it's definitely, and I've seen people walk with it, not in person, thankfully, but but anyways, that I've seen. You're right that it's come a long way. It's a shame that Google Glass didn't really kick off, but that would have been another one that just really could have change the way that we are able to kind of look at things, to bring us to more of a cyberpunk setting. But it would be pretty neat and allow us to, without having to necessarily build it out, build it within.
Yeah, we could really have it better streamlining the device. Yeah, but I'm still hoping for the hologram thing, man. Imagine like something popping out of nowhere. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have like having a StarCraft version, like, but hologram in front of rushing an orc against like a Tyranid out of nowhere.
It's like the holo chess from Star Wars.
Hell yeah. All right. For the AI thing, I think for now, but let's say I know people really have AI would be, or it's already advancing, and much like Warhammer, from both like art and trying to like, there's already narration. I know a lot of people using a lot of people using like EPUBs or EPUBs or PDFs being read out as like an audiobook.
That is actually something I use. So that is how I listen to audiobooks, is through an e-reader that does GTS.
Yeah, and that's already coming along. Especially nowadays, it used to be a growing market where there's like, hopefully there's like certain companies hiring out people to voice act and to do audiobooks, since there's not enough voice acting for like certain projects. But now their dreams are crushed. This like no, I used to be an artist. Like I understand how they feel, but this technology is already running along, and the way we can go around the, let's say, people's voice being illegally used, there are going to be volunteers who are going to give out their voices. And I've actually, as a production assistant, um, back then, I'm no longer one, but we used to have, we tried an experiment where there was someone who lost their voice for a while, and we had to like get it back on the radio show. For it's like a radio show. What happened was that guy lost his voice, so we started like getting people who had a similar voice, and then try to overlap and try to adjust the voice lengths. With that, we were able to create a digital, like a voice changer back then. When voice changes weren't too much of a thing, we were able to like get the first, like the early versions of the voice changer that was publicly available, and we were able to replicate his voice scarily. So imagine, so we probably won't even need just not only the, to no offense, the minor league of like voice actors or the ones who are narrating audiobooks. Compared, we could have them replaced, and even the ones from like celebrities, which later on we could also probably like fake songs from a single AI project. But yeah, for now I think we're closer to replacing narrators and audiobook voice act, or even like voice actors for video games. If you have also ethically like signed out volunteers who would give out their voice, and then we'll be using their template for years to come.
Well, we've already seen some of that. So some of these, so like I use a built-in TTS that's from Samsung, and so it's not great, right? It's not like the David Attenborough AI or something, or some of these better, like, again, well, we've all been inundated with some of the more popular voices, and some of them are really good. Like it's you have to you have to really listen to realize that it's AI. And it's not all theft. And I think to kind of get into the broader discussion of AI is that it's not as simple as just saying this is theft, therefore bad. It's a nuanced topic, meaning that there's I think what you'll see with art and voice acting too is that it'll become a niche thing, right? And you'll see for certain things, right? So like the background, like reporter number 3, that may be AI from here on, and that sucks, right? But that's kind of the way, like when we look at old work, right? There, do you know what a computer used to be before the age of digital computers?
Don't worry, man. I was born in the 90s. It's familiar. I saw Betamax before it was replaced.
Well, no. I mean the literal, like, so a computer was a job that somebody did. They computed numbers. So this was somebody who sat down. They were like a human calculator. So this would have been further back than I'm from the 90s too. So this would have been further back. Like like that's what they.
Telephone operators where they switched around wires.
Yes, and that's another one too. So there were jobs even 100 years ago, well, even less than 100 years ago, that don't exist anymore because of changes in technology. Yes, telephone operator, that's one. Telegraph operator, that's very rare now. But also like the human computers, these people who sat down and, like, even during World War II and beyond, would actually sit down and do the math. As soon as calculators and other things came in, it totally, they threw all that out. And so, yeah, those jobs are gone now. And there may be some people who they're the specialist in it, or there's some kind of expert, or it's an extra skill that they have, but it's not, it's just technology changes, and it's not a personal thing. And look, it's not going to mean it goes away completely. It just changes. And we got to embrace change to some degree.
Yeah, and it's best we prepare for it and again, like, have solutions and preventions made. As for the AI, for the art thing, just like Warhammer, and I really hate it. I like to address this with you. Nothing is original anymore. A lot of people had to like take inspiration. Tolkien had so many people, including D&D, were sprung from him, and he took it from folktales. And before folktales, it used to be just a gathering of like oral tradition before they finalized, the earliest version of a canon. Then they suddenly said, yeah, we'll just go with this stream of this continuity and consistency of like lore back then. So nothing is truly, what do you call that, truly original. And as far as it can be, the one also I'd like to note, when people say that, oh, AI also removes the watermark. So do you when you try to like get inspiration from another person? Do you want to put their watermark into your work? I tried becoming an artist, so I would know what they're talking about.
Well, when I think back, I don't know how much you know about. There's an American folk tale about John Henry. Are you familiar with this?
Please refresh my memory.
Sure, no problem. So John Henry, this would have been during the Transcontinental Railroad in the 1800s. So the idea was right at that time, the expansion westward. Obviously they had need for people to lay down railroad tracks and manually hammer in railroad spikes and everything for these tracks. And so the myth was there was a
I see.
Black American. Yes.
Oh, I think I've seen this. I've heard of this legend before. Okay, go ahead. I searched it.
Yeah. Yes. And basically, he competes with somebody made a machine that does the same thing, and he competed with this machine to see who could do it faster. And it's kind of a romantic tale of the human versus the machine, but you have to think that came from the reality of that stuff happens, right? And so even as far back as that, we see people worried about automation and things moving. Now, are there people manually laying down tracks anymore? Certainly not in the West. And so the things move on, and we can appreciate the romance of it. But it just that, and then that's not to say, ooh, artists are done, we'll never need artists again. It's not like that. It's mostly going to be the real background stuff, like when somebody like graphic design, I think, is probably going to get hit the hardest with that. People who are working for a company that's just designing a logo, and you may have it'll lessen the work. It's not going to take away all the jobs, but it's going to be like your lower, the more junior people, that's probably gonna go away. But I think we're also gonna see that eventually with the more LLM type AIs, where like ChatGPT and these kind of things. I think we'll probably be able to get to a point where we can ask it legal advice.
Later.
Yes. Well, okay. So let me explain what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So there's and I don't know about this in every country, but in a lot of the Western, especially U.S., the way it's done is that if we want certain things done, we have to our attorneys, like in the UK, you have an attorney and you have a barrister, right? And those are two different roles. In the US, that's a combined role. So if somebody who can do kind of the paperwork side and the going to court side. In the US, that's all one guy. But that doesn't mean that that's what every attorney does. A lot of them will specialize in one or the other. And on the more paperwork side, there's a lot of attorneys whose only role is to do the really basic perfunctionary parts of legal. And I could see AI getting, and that's not hard from that standpoint. Like if, let's say, I need to make a request to the county I live in, then I need to make a writ. That's something that I can do legally. I just need to know where to find the form. That's it, basically. So that is legal, and that is something that could be done and used. And so would that hurt some of the lower level attorneys? Absolutely, but it's going to happen. A lot of these things are going to change. Now, I'm not saying I use AI to get out of a go to court, right? That's different. I'm not going to pull out a computer in the middle of a court case. But my point is for some of these more
basic roles that could be automated and maybe should be automated. That we're starting to see that change.
Yeah, things would be automated later on, but during integration, I've actually have an idea for keeping things consistent in writing. Well, number one, we could probably need to get rid of some authors like, to no offense, C.S. Goto, and also Mike Brooks, Josh Reynolds, and Eduardo Albert, as well as the more radical writers trying to push in their politics. But moving past that, hopefully GW solves that problem. But for now, we could have certain processes like process LLMs that would help reshape the way we could have a certain IP written. Like Star Wars to Star Trek. Hopefully they make StarCraft 2 again. But a big universe, let's say like Warhammer and Star Wars and Star Trek, we will have conflicts on how things are written, especially since if we're gonna like have different books. So in some cases, like what happens if an author forgets, because like there are canon conflicts like having which characters alive or dead, right?
Right.
Well, we could have that resolved by having an AI being like a lore master of sorts, who also has like a vast library of what has been approved as canon and what are the other what the other authors are working on. So we could like not like completely like bug them around like the tiny Microsoft like assistant thing back then, like the paperclip. No,
Right.
we could have it like just a reminder every once in a while, or if there's like super errors like, oh, this character is dead, or this character is one of the two genders, or one of the lore character of the species isn't like that. Orcs don't have females, or they don't have like this like super emo moment. What if like a writer comes in like, oh, like twice a year orcs suddenly go down in pain because they suddenly regret their actions? No, the AI would say like, no, that's not in the lore. They like say there's a certain power, there's a certain limits of that power, aspects of the power, or how that tech works, or how the lore of the faction is, so it won't clash or contradict lore of what the writer did, of another writer did, or what that writer did before, or what the established lore is. And also to help organize and advise. Let's say there's like the horse hair, like we could have the scouring properly detailed, and somebody's like, so there's 24/7 lore master and like team lead for the writers, and this AI tries to make sure that everything is properly contextually paced and that the lore inside coherent enough and consistent enough to be a good enough series, rather than like in the Horus Heresy, there's so many books and some of them are bloat. I think this is also a business decision, but I hope they would stop with the bloat. But it also causes the conflict and contradiction of errors to have a big enough series and have several writers going at it.
Well, yeah, I think the other thing, well, okay, so as it is right now, and this is something that can be done in this moment, what AI can, and probably I think mostly should be used for, is things like editing, proofreading, all this kind of stuff, and maybe for building the skeleton of a story. So an outline, or you offer an outline and it gives some of the prefunctionary parts. But so like kind of like I said before, yeah, the prefunctionary, like your low level things that you would have maybe like a junior sit down and do for you, like the real basic stuff. Like I just need somebody to lay this out. So I work in IT, and what a lot of times what we'll use AI for is to go, I need a script that'll do X, Y, and Z, and it'll give out the basics of it. But a lot of times you have to sit down and tweak it, which is fine. But really, what you want is what you're hoping to do is just a little less work, right? And it's a little easier for you to crank things out, so your production will be higher because you're not having to go through every piece of it, and hopefully it's a little better because it's, we're hoping that the AI is going to catch some of these errors a little better than we do, right? So those are the kind of things. And I know I have onto your lore master part, I have a friend who he's got a pretty serious data center, and he's got a couple of LLMs, and what he'll do when he's trying to learn a subject is he'll feed that LLM a bunch of documents in relation to that, and then he'll ask it questions related to that after it's ingested all of this information, and he has done that to kind of great success to be able to kind of get a better understanding of what something is by saying, is this possible for me to do X, Y, and Z based on all these guides that I've fed you? And so that is something that is doable. And, obviously the answer is somewhere between having this as a helper for people, not just, ooh, now we've got the machine doing everything. It's all Skynet. It's not that simple.
Yeah, but I really think some people are either they're way too dismissive or way too paranoid on how AI works. Some of them are like the senators who are very, very ignorant on how. No offense, man, but I have technically a lot of politicians like this who are very old and very ignorant. Sometimes you don't have to be old, but they don't even know on how IP addresses work. And like some of them don't even realize that, oh, you're actually taking away my data. Did you guys not read the freaking terms and agreement? Like, these can't be free. Like, and then they're like, what do you, well, yeah, fine, the advertisers. It took a while for people to realize when people were giving away our data. It was also like really dangerous. It took them a while, and they don't even know on how an IP address works, on how certain programs run, on how certain programs exist. Then you could have some sort like voice changer to like Photoshop. I think I caught one of your senators like was shocked about learning about there's something called that way back then that Photoshop existed, and he was like, "You could do this. You could falsify crimes."
Well, yeah, it's a shame. I think the problem we have with politics in general is that the people who are incentivized to become politicians aren't good at anything else, and it seems like the better
or updated.
Well, that's what that it becomes dated because they don't know anything else. So they only know politics, right? So I'm sure when you put them into the if you behind closed doors put them into the political realm, they get that stuff fine. They know how things work. But when you start to go, how does this computer work, or how does this phone work, or what is Facebook, break it down to me, they don't understand. They don't have any foundational understanding. They just know, I go to www.facebook.com and then I just sign in and it works. And they don't care enough to learn, which is what I think inherently everybody hates about politicians, is like, you guys don't know how this works. You don't care. You just, it's frustrating. And dated is part of it because they're experts in being in politics, not being good at being good at serving us as the constituency.
Yeah. Fuck. I really think, yeah, we'll probably later on discuss this. I have just like the AI thing, because again, zero jobs isn't going to be something we could have as fast as possible, but we're coming in within probably 5 to 10 years of having lesser jobs, especially nowadays. We already have, again, the voice acting and the AI art LLMs replacing a lot of people already. But as far as it can be, on another podcast, we could like talk in my ideas on how to resolve partial advanced automation in our world coming within the next decade or so. But for now, we really need to also look into other aspects of AI besides the ones that are always trending and being discussed, like AI art, or trying to replace translators as well. Those kinds of stuff.
Well, just to add one more thing on that,
Yep.
I don't know, did you watch the Kenobi TV series?
I forgot about it already. I did watch all episodes. I didn't find it good, and I think I actually forgot most of it. I remember a lightsaber fight.
It's pretty forgettable, but the Darth Vader, the voice of Vader, right?
Yep.
It's James Earl Jones, but it's actually an AI.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
So to kind of give you, that's once again a good use, because James Earl Jones is 91. His time on this planet is short,
and I'd like him to enjoy it as much as he can instead of us wheeling him out to do the voices. So, and if it's something where the only hope I have is he's making money off of this. And I think that's what most of us would want, is to make sure that he's getting paid, of course, right? Because they're using his voice. But
Yeah.
that's, I think we're all okay with that idea, or having, we have enough of voice data for a lot of people to be able to use it appropriately. And I don't inherently have a problem with it, as long as everybody's getting a fair shake on it, right?
Yeah,
They get paid and then everything.
Willing people to give up certain parts of themselves, but of course privatize their information rather than just like, I'm hoping like if they're gonna like sell out people's voice, like I'm gonna have given like a user ID. I think one of the solutions for that is that we could have it like a string of numbers and letters, like a code, like a user ID code, that if you're gonna sell out like your voice or your looks, it'll be labeled under that rather than exposing your name and address and everything when giving it out. So when somebody needs something, they give the code to a certain company or a major server of a nation, then they can like utilize your voice for certain limited aspects, like a production of such.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty interesting. I'm sure as things get wider, we're gonna see some level of, let's say, DRM for just clarity, but something like that where we're making sure, I'm sure the tech's out there, or some kind of, I don't want to use the buzzword blockchain, but something where we're actually keeping up with it. But anywho, yes, I agree that I think as adoption is going to happen, we're going to see monetization happen to some degree or another, even with the internet, right? There for a long time, everything was free and everything was available just by people who cared. Right now, it's far different. The internet's very different than it used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah, as for the blockchain, I really think the NFT and the Web3 thing, it was handled poorly and given up. This why I don't like pure socialism. As much as people forget, what was that country? Was it Switzerland or Netherlands that had like a socialist capitalist, like a major league capitalist, but with the large socialist elements on it?
There's a lot of Scandinavian countries that do that.
Oh yeah, well either way, they actually try to balance things out, like most things should be moderately. These people try to do the socialist utopian dream, where you could like trust each other and like try to work with each other openly and with very little red tape. Well, actually, there's very little red tape in existence in the NFT and Bitcoin market. So yeah, that's why it crumbled down, because everyone could like abuse each other's power, and when everyone has power, no one has power.
That's a fact. Well, not only that, what you run into is like my problem with a lot of responses to things is we need to make a law against it. But no, first of all, most people don't understand what it is they're actually wanting to make a law against, and then the laws tend to be very confusing and weird. I can understand a fear of NFTs and blockchain because, well, NFTs especially, because it just turned out to be essentially a scam from that perspective. But there, and what we're seeing right now in tech is an overuse of blockchain because it's fancy and impresses people that you know what that means, or that you're using it in a sentence. But the reality is that it's not good for everything. In fact, I was watching Pirate Software talk about how right now modern game devs, like the producers stuff, are wanting people to use instead of traditional databases, using something like blockchain for development, and it makes no sense because it's new and modern, right? We're agile and we're doing.
Remember when Ubisoft tried to do the NFT market thing?
Oh yeah.
Idiots.
Well, it's even from like a deeper standpoint. So like apparently right now they're using things like blockchain for, like, let's say you're playing an MMO and your character gets hacked and they have to, like, somebody stole all your stuff, right? And you open up a ticket, you have them go to bring it back. On a traditional database setup, you just revert that. But if they're using blockchain, it's far more complicated than that, because I'm not an expert on the technology, but essentially
You delete it, that's it. It's done. There's no reverting. And so the point is that just because it's a new modern technology doesn't mean you should be using it for everything. Sometimes the old ways are better. But anywho, yeah, that's kind of the with adoption of but once again, this is a one way or the other. If we're pushing for legislation or anything else with this stuff, they don't understand that it could be the unforeseen consequences of pushing for something one way or the other.
I think they're still going on with this like fake ass like new bleeding edge tech. I love when they use that word, bleeding edge tech in like indie projects. There were like smaller ones that tried to like, oh, we've invented this new thing that could like, if you put it in your head, it will try to regulate your emotions to your desire to the desired effect. So if you're feeling down, you put it on your head and you could feel happy or angry. What the fuck? Then I checked out their. So I also checked out shit before CoffeeZilla put it up. So when I checked it out, a ton of their patents, and thanks CoffeeZilla for taking down NFTs. And also I checked out another scammy project, but for this one, it's called Happy. So their technology is like a lot of buzzwords things. It's it's like an SJW tweet, but it's a lot of word salad that doesn't exist. And when I checked out their like patents, they did buy a lot of it. They're just empty patents of complete, either like the line of like a sentence that it's a patent, or it's like a theoretical science that has no backing or proper research. So it's basically like snake oil. You can't use you can't just use magnets to change someone's like emotional state.
That was well, let's say a decade and a half ago, something called iDoser was something similar, where they would go, it was using some kind of, I don't think it was alpha waves, but it was something like that. And so you would hear this, it would be an audio file you played, and it would do, and you'd hear all these other sounds in there, and that would try to reconfigure your brain to feel a certain way, happy, sad, like you were on marijuana. It was like digital narcotics. Right, and that was a phrase that they used, and so we see a lot of these snake oil salesmen using tech to sell us stuff that make no sense.
There's this one is actually fully fake. It's not just fake. It was very lethal. Remember, it was like COVID came up, right? And there was a certain like revolutionary mask that you don't have to keep replacing. But the thing is, it was like it's like a rebreather thing, like advanced rebreather of like the sci-fi, but it's completely enclosed. And then there was a few problems and a bit of delay on refreshing your breath, so you're isolating your entire oxygen intake. And depending on a glass device, having like a mini backpack on you that you're gonna bring along, and there's like also a delay, and it's also made of glass, I think, as I recall. But either way, it was very fragile and completely dangerous. So you're cutting off your oxygen supply, and depending on something that has a potential for like delaying your recycling of air, you could probably be dead in like a few hours and you didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's terrible. That was the people just capitalizing on the fear of the unknown in that case. But that is, unfortunately, yeah, it's just a shame.
One other like invention before we move on. It's like where they're trying to like reinvent the wheel. There was this guy who came along to the scene of like the indie funding. He brought along a cooler. Do you know what it does? It's not dangerous and it's real, but it's useless.
Oh?
Yeah. It's basically a bunch of devices connected to it. So there's a blender, there's like a miniature blender inside on one side, and there's like a radio USB radio station and a USB port on the other side, and there's like I think like there's a bit of a customization on what the cooler looks like, and it's about fucking almost it's more than twice the price of a premium cooler. And I'm like, why the fuck would you want to get that along? And it's like handle with care, because apparently since they're not actual like revolutionary engineer. So when you try, if you like drop it sometimes, or sometimes when it's shipped, the blender doesn't work. And you have to purchase it different. You have to purchase it separately at times, depending on where you are. And the USB port, since it's a cooler, it's very likely to get splashed a few times with water, and poof, it's not gonna work anymore. And we're back for the rest of the podcast. Alright, where we left off, we talked about a bit of tech, but you think that we need to like stream, like, do you think we need to like have a retcon, like or a full reboot of a part of the Warhammer 40k universe?
Well, a friend of ours, mutual friend of ours, loves to talk about how that was the attempt. There was an attempt of that in 40k at one point, and it kind of fell apart.
Which point?
That would have been
8th edition?
yes.
Oh, you mean when the Primarch lived again? Well, one of them.
Yeah. Yes. Gilliman.
I wouldn't say it's much of a retcon. It's more of like somebody. It's like trying to tidy up some of the knots and trying to like check the drawer for things that could like be used. I guess that could be, but I really think we could like streamline some things, because like I said, like the Horus Heresy had like contradicting things. I could say we could like, from like, how many books were there again? I forgot to put it down. There was a whole lot of books, right? Wow. There have been 64 published novels. I think we could like narrow it down to 50, or possibly lower to all the way to 40 novels, making some of the others as short stories, because some of them were like a drag. Some were like like the Descent of Angels. I found it like a bit unnecessary to become a whole novel itself. How about you?
Well, just to kind of to go back, what I was talking about with Gilliman, it wasn't so much the active Gilliman being brought back. No, what I'm talking about is Yvraine. Are you familiar with this at all?
Oh yes, yes, I'm quite
Yes.
updated in most parts. The Inari.
Yes, and kind of because I think the attempt was to flatten the two, just like with Age of Sigmar, right? To flatten all of the Eldar, the cross sections of Eldar into one group, do basically the end times, and then Age of Sigmar, but 40k. There are the skeletons of that we still see. That's why, like, basically the whole Inari, Yvraine stuff has just been dropped since then, right? That hasn't been touched, and a few other things like that. I think that was also possibly why Primaris came to be what they were, because that was their chance to reboot the franchise, and they had it ready. But that's, like I said, a mutual friend of ours, that's kind of his belief. But there is some things that you could say that was probably why they did it. Now, we just finished Horus Heresy and then the Siege of Terra, right? That's just finished recently. And that's been going on since the early 2000s. So certainly I think they could I think it'd take them a little bit of time. We'd probably have to wait, but I would say it would be nice for them to kind of tighten up and maybe give it like a curated omnibus treatment would be nice, because it's pretty dense. Or maybe break it up in a way that, like, because after what is it, book 5 in Horus Heresy, you start to get really lost, because it's kind of a dealer's choice about where you go next, because every book after that is just whichever one came out next. Whereas the first, I believe, after Flight of the Eisenstein, that is your last like direct sequel to the last one, right? That's one coherent story, where the rest of it is what's going on with these people in the heresy and the start of it.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit rough. From what I could remember from the Inari, The Primaris was rough. They were both handled badly, but the Primaris was like it had more potential and a better backing, especially since GW loves the Space Marines, so they had a better chance. We'll discuss that first before the Horus Heresy, but the Primaris first before the Inari. The Primaris was like rushed in. We could have had like 8th edition, or actually extended the bit of the 7th edition for a while, like teased them in since that idea came out of nowhere, I'm pretty sure, unlike the ones they claim about Abaddon being more competent now. This one we could have the part of Primaris extended from 7th edition, then have some small inklings in the 8th, then have it released on the 9th. And then whatever, and we can like trickle the way the editions went, because like GW like smacked everything. There was so much progress. When I was growing up, I'm already past 30. So what happened was like gradual progress of it all was a bit overwhelming, since I also like checked in with others of the Warhammer community, and they were like long veterans. They were really shocked on how quick everything went in, and then GW went and made the Primaris. When they started writing their novels, they weren't much of fleshed out. I mean, the stories were interesting, it kind of fleshes them out, but they acted like children. So I'm wondering on how, like, compared to like the indoctrination thing and the way they were being taught by cult whenever they were awakened, since they were, besides psycho-indoctrination, they were like given partial consciousness as well. And then when they were fully awakened, weren't they given like proper like introduction how to live? Because some of them acted like fucking children. They know how to do protocol of military stuff, but one of them was like, I want to be a hero, and started running off with a grenade because he got inspired by the chaplain earlier. I'm like, what the fuck? You're one of the most advanced genetic experiments in human history, with expensive gear, and you run around with a grenade and hoping you'd sacrifice yourself to take down one Space Marine champion instead of falling back when the chaplain and the parent sergeant in that group was supposed to be. There was also like the way how super naive one of the space hooves were. The Space Marine, the Primaris were acting like children, like very naive to the point of like, what was the point of having indoctrination, telling them on how the world works? According to him, to a call, they were made to be as smart as possible and like be updated on how the world works. But most of the time, they were like really fucking naive. Before we go into the Inari, what's your thoughts on that? From what I said.
Well, I'll agree with you. It feels inconsistent because they're literally bigger than your regular Space Marine, and theoretically have better technology and everything else, but yet like they treat them like they're. Well, and I guess part of that is the discussion of that there's no initiate or neophyte, right? Like you don't. It's kind of the way it's done a little differently, but I agree that it didn't feel fully formed. I guess the idea was to try to find a way lore-wise to differentiate them, but like it's done with so much disdain for them that it's just not like, and I guess they were trying to artificially put in conflict, but it just doesn't ring very true. And as time's gone on, as we've seen, the impact has been kind of nigh, and it kind of doesn't really matter anymore, right?
Especially it's vanished.
The Rubicon is basically just, it doesn't matter, anybody can do it.
Yeah, the tension of like you could die, but suddenly they perfected it. I'm okay if not dying, but there's like gotta be like a wait period or a temporary side effect, but nothing. It's like everything I was like conflicting about the Primaris release was going away. One of the worst things, I think Gav Thorpe did that, where he made one of the Black Templars suddenly like completely genocidal on their own like chapter, despite being long veteran brothers, and like because like, oh, it's heresy and you guys are agreeing with it, let me kill all of you, even including the Custodes. I'm like, the son of an emperor came by with the sword of the emperor, but that lore bit, it's not a full story. It is a full story. It's part of the Dawn of Fire series, which is weird. They made some of the Space Marines in those novels like act weird. The Black Templars are literally like, yeah, we can like roll with the punches, but it's reinforcements, and again came from the son of their god, along who was wielding the sword of their god, along with the personal golden bodyguards of their god. I don't think they would act like that, especially betray their own brothers. And how the hell did like a couple of like shocked and remember like custodies, like even if the angry space marine is still dangerous, but if they're too angry, they would have never overcome the custodian and the primaris contingent that like quickly. Like from what I remember, was like they struck so quick. They were able to like overcome them, but I don't think custodians would be able to like be beaten down by a few dozen space marines, especially if he's being backed up by primaris, right?
Right. Generally speaking, that shouldn't be the case unless you're like Asterion Moloch or something.
Yeah, these people from Attitude to like, well, I don't know. Some folks in like the Dawn of Fire series really needs to lighten up a bit on how they view it, and I can see like some of them like past the Dawn of Fire series era, and I think it's Mike Brooks. I can see your politics leaking in, along with CS Goto or Eduardo Albert as well. You guys have weird writing things. I remember speaking to you about it. Remember like the one, the Silent Hunters?
Yes.
Oh yes, the magical glass that made several Drukhari out of nowhere feel empathy of their actions and they felt regret. No, but fine, let's say a couple of them might be, but the way they're pointing it, like the narrating, the reason why there's so many Drukhari is because they found that they felt guilty. Some of them are actually like enjoyed it. The way the writers like, God, they don't know how to like write it. They made the, what they call this as a race, Eldari, right? Asurian is the Craftros, but anyway, they made the Eldari like feel the pointy-eared humans. They perceive things very differently from us, but like from the soul power of the Inari to like the magical glass, they made Eduardo Albert's book. They made the Drukhari like possibly good guys, and I'm like, no. I mean, you can still be like helpful without being a good guy. If I remember, like the fairies in like the fairies in the Dresden Files, they're not good, but they're gonna be helpful enough in the right circumstances.
Yes, and I agree with you on that, and that's pretty much been the way the Eldar are handled in 40k as well. There are moments where they can be good.
Yeah, we could have like, well, technically like helpful rather than good, because
Fair.
it's like, again, it's like they see us as animals. In a technical aspect, they're like beastmen to them, because yes, they have superior biology and they live longer and have like superior tech. Oh, it's Guy Haley who wrote the fucking book.
That explains that.
Yep, these Dawn of Fire series. Oh, it's Gav Thorpe who, but still gonna fuck around with that book. It was really fucking weird. No, it's not because there were black Fenrisians primarily. It's just weird that you guys are inserting it. But the weird thing is like the Primaris was acting fucking wrong. There was like Niall Stormcaller and everybody was I don't know, like being a total bitch against Gilliman, like to a super extent. Even with the custodies next to him and the full fleet. I know they're being stubborn and all, and I still don't get the Fenrisian like super immunity and the warp. If you remember, like they have like space magic but without the taint, which is weird for me. What are your thoughts on that, by the way?
That's a weird one. That's Space Wolves are kind of an odd chapter anyways, because they're, it's I don't particularly like it. I know they're trying to make it different, but I think somebody was a big fan of the Space Wolves that wrote some of the original lore,
and they're super great Viking werewolf men, and nothing's wrong with them, and it's like, I don't know, there's some issues there, but no, I agree with what you're saying. I think it's kind of doesn't make sense. Oh, we have a stable part of the warp. No. It comes from Fenris, guys, we swear.
And by the way, it's because we all believed in it. You know how many people are in a single hive planet that can outnumber all of you by 1,000,000? There's like a handful of well, not like a handful. There's like possibly 1,000,000 people on a huge fucking planet, but still, that's a barely a number. But yeah, there was like, I forgot about the novel. It was like it had good parts, but it was just a bit weird. What else? Yeah, Mike Brooks, the Harrow Master. If you've heard of this, yes. By the way, what do you call a house with? What do you call a building with 4 walls? A prison. Like, he's.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, I can see your tweets about the anti-immigration thing. Side note, I'm not against it. It's just that there's an overwhelming amount ever since the 1990s, and community centers and schools are being given to them, even at the dissatisfaction of minorities that you like. But anyway, going back to the 4 walls thing, a house has 4 walls. A bank has 4 walls. A telecom building that gives everyone the internet has 4 walls. Sorry, what was that?
Games Workshop's HQ has 4 walls.
Yes. For some reason it has. Could we all not be so goddamn like... Oh, by the way, the traditional Alpha Legions there are like primitive and really like backwards and always failing. He also like made it like he tried to like disprove in the Alpha Legion book, and like I think there's one other mention of the Alpha Legions somewhere else, that majority of the super secret stuff is actually, they're trying to disillusion us that the Alpha Legion is actually like doing some CIA stuff, but they're actually just rumors all the time, perpetuated by... I've read some of the other like earlier entries about the Alpha Legion, so if you're gonna disillusion us, like, could you try not doing that? It's fucking weird. Mike, hope you're listening. Good. How about you? Do you have any words for any author that made weird things in Warhammer?
Well, Mike
Ian?
Brooks, I would be...
Yes, sir.
If you're going to do somebody with they them pronouns, please find another way to write it so it's not confusing. It can be done, but he didn't pull it off. It was for a Necromunda short story.
But just like the Mechanicus one, you guys are like, I already said this on a podcast. Once upon a time, like, I placed in like my birthday, so of course when I'm registering for a company, and they were like, okay, then like months later I was greeted by a very, again, there's a difference between progressive and woke. Woke is excessive on the progressive side, or left, whatever. And when my boss came in, suddenly greeted me, and since I had a few bloodlines, my great-grandfather was Chinese-blooded, and I'm partially Spanish. So what he gave me was a sushi set on the first part, and a fucking Mexican poncho. I will ask these people again. If you're racist, don't try to pretend anything else and fix it yourself. And damn it, just do something like fix yourselves rather than like hide behind the mask.
Completely agreed.
These people are like my old boss. I'm like, sir, you're. I didn't tell it to him. Like, you do real. You met those people, like they have the shine in their eyes as if they're actually doing good. Yeah, I can't get through you. But yeah, these people with the they them, like, right now I still think I'm not gonna stop people from it, but I can't put it in a proper. They'll have to create their own language, but again, because the English language doesn't support it, because it confuse people as multiple, and we have no idea on trying to describe them as either gender. But the Mechanicus one, I guess, but you could always just go with he, and most of them don't care, even the females. As for trying to stay ambiguous, it's all over the intellectual property thing. They've tried to pander to people, but it's not gonna work out. It's not gonna work out because the way they perceive it is like, oh, let's make everything this what call that, like neutral. They're trying to neutral everything, like from every religion, trying to baby-proof everything from languages to even like trying to gender neutral the Spanish language in the Spider-Man 2 and everything, and then trying
That
to
was
like
awful.
yeah, God, it was painful, man. My own God, my family even like got annoyed when it came around because like one of our like relatives tried playing it and he was confused. Stop confusing people. It's like, again, it's like trying to like water down everything. Like they're trying to like force it. If we can't like have, so what they're trying to do as well in like entertainment is trying to water everything down. It's like there was a push from I believe it was Ellen Page who came up and like said, oh, we could just call ourselves actress, like because actor, they could still try to like think it might be a guy, but they were trying to like put in gender neutral things like actress so that people won't feel uncomfortable trying to like decipher if it's man or woman. Don't be ashamed by it. We're not trying. Look, if you're having that much trouble, seek therapy rather than like trying to water down or baby proof everything from languages to IPs because you want to like feel like you belong everywhere. Companies, again, do not care about you. The very moment something goes off, just like on how suddenly the progressive people switched over and started becoming anti-Semitic despite trying to call us anti-Semitic, the ones who aren't left. And no, we're not far right. They were trying to call goblins and Tyranids as Jew-hating allegories. And suddenly when the Palestine thing hit, they were anti-Jew, anti-Israel, and they said that never existed before in history, like something like that. They suddenly became experts. But yeah, guys, watering down doesn't help because again, companies don't care about you. People can change at any given time.
Well, the thought of this is something that I do talk about on occasion, is this idea of harm reduction, right? It's a platitude. It's kind of this idea that if we can lessen the psychic trauma that people go through, that life will be generally better. But the only thing that stops that is reality, right? Reality is that life is pretty tough for just about everybody. There are very, very few people on this planet who have basically no bad things happen to them. I don't know if I've ever met one. And yeah, that doesn't mean we need to make things abnormally harsh, and we should try to treat everybody with respect. But you can't just say that we'll just soften everything so because somebody may be offended. It's just it's not that simple, and causes far bigger unforeseen issues.
Yeah, especially if people start pretending. Again, people try to hide behind the mask rather than being normal or trying to compromise it, because there is no such thing as a utopia, guys. That's a fucking dream, and you need to wake up despite being called woke. But the last thing I would like to suggest, besides, again, Xenos in Warhammer needs to be, I think we mentioned it earlier with the Age of Sigmar, but we need to have more Xenos in Warhammer as trying to progress. And we're going now to the Inari part. You can't just, there was barely any conflict, so it was like going back and forth. You need to make a saga. It's like the Dawn of Fire series could have been like a Xenos thing, and just have like, oh, let's flesh out what happened during that time. Not exactly. No one is actually like bothering to know what Gilliman did. It was actually better to make it vague and as a generalized concept that he went around saving different chapters. You could have put in like a few short stories of like, oh, hey, you guys don't merge well, or there was a chapter that was like accepting, but there was just a bit of a problem. Something like that, rather than make an entire series. Because the Arc of Omens, we could have, yeah, there was like a Xenos inclusion on it, but I think the Dawn of Fire series could have been better if we had like Xenos coming in. The one major players that say the Tau fighting, so there won't be Imperial focus, let's say, sorry, the Tau, Eldar, or Necrons like fighting or trying to interact with each other with barely any Imperial presence. For the Inari, yeah, like something like that. Wouldn't that have worked?
That could have been. Now the problem we run into most of the time is that people like I just think that there's not as much interest and there's a fear. Like the orc are just, to me, they're like goons, and so you'll see them and you go, oh look, Xenos, but it's like orcs are just showed up to fight, and in both senses there's no really like interesting motivations. That doesn't mean they're not cool, and they can be very, very cool, but there's nothing like compelling about reasons or conflicts. It's mostly just, I'm here to smash, and which is great. That is still great, but like I would like to see them expand on Eldar, and then Tau too. I'm actually a Tau fan. Don't bully me, please. I'm just kidding. But their early stuff was really good. They've gotten a little better with some of the Farside Enclaves stories, but I still feel like it's not nearly expanded on. And of course, Leagues of Votan, I think they finally got one story, but it's wedged in between a Space Marine series. So, which is a shame, because that could be interesting.
Like, I'm gonna put this like any like suggestion to a sci-fi novel. You can have the humans as a background, like on how we would treat, let's say, Chewbacca, or like on how we treated the Asari or Turians in Mass Effect. The humans can take on a secondary role or tertiary role, even better. And that'll be great. So we could like focus and flesh out on how they interact with each other, because it's not always all the time on a single focus. Which I again like would say like the AI thing would definitely help out, since it would reduce like costs and time on several things, especially like in games. Overall, yes, some companies like really like have to like, oh, let's make a car, but let's say the most defining feature of it is probably the spoiler. That's not true, but let's say it is in a certain example. So companies always, yeah, the car works perfectly, but we'll have to move 60% of the budget to the spoiler. And I'm like, the car will work and will feel fine, but we could have spent more of the budget equally on parts that make the other features, there better, rather than just having a forward stacked spoiler in the back.
Well, the other thing is though, like with the different focuses, I think maybe have some of the more mainline writers do some of these, like Phil Kelly writes the Farsight stories, and he does a really bad job of writing humans. They're like mustache twirling villains, and he made like a really bad Space Marine chapter just to function as idiots. They make like their decisions make no sense. They run around with their helmets off, all of them, and they don't like to heal themselves.
Heal and run openly over ground. Barely use their other equipment, and and there was like a Tau insert, like an apothecary, showcasing on how a gene seed is being taken out. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's just so I would like to see some of the better authors have a chance at that, or maybe picking up some new talent that's willing to write Xenos, and just kind of take it from there. I feel like sometimes the decision to have certain authors do things, like because ADB and some of these others, they're better for writing certain things, and Dan Abnett is really good at his niche, and it's better to keep him in his niche than kind of him out of that.
Gav Thorpe is good in some aspects. I forgot which one, but he's not good at I think he wrote the Eldar trilogy and it's fucked up. It was really weird, and the other one was boring. The others were confusing and had a lot of bad parts. I saw the potential in it, but I was like, what the fuck am I reading? The Drukari books, by the way, are very nice. Some of them, but not all. But some of them had potential.
I'm still here. I'm sorry. I have nothing to add on for Drukari. I know very little.
Oh, yeah, you gotta. That's something. Just checking. But yeah, overall, I was just gonna. The final thing is just like it's a huge fucking galaxy. We could have. I mean, like, there's a bit of difficulty, like overworking some writers. But yeah, again, we could have AI assisted thing. We could probably fix that later on, and having new talent as well, or switching things around in the writing team. At least it's far better than Destiny 2, which I'm confused. I can't. But you know, if we encounter this, if we encounter the Imperium, I'm pretty sure it's a huge fucking galaxy. You could have your own like stories that won't affect the Imperium because there's like a million worlds, and if you start fucking up, let's say a whole star system, even some stories only like cover like a single planet. It's like, oh my god, what happens if we lose a single agri world? I don't know. It's like a single planet. I mean, they feed a lot of planets, but even like a single hive world going down, if you're gonna have a major villain that's like being hyped up, add the stakes up. Like a lot of systems. There was like an ancient evil alien that was like beaten by the Black Templars, like super powerful. It was also nice. It was Xeno fight, but he conquered like a 1,000 or 10,000 worlds, and that barely did anything to the lore. So you guys can actually like have possibly 100 worlds where the Imperium isn't involved, or if the Imperium is involved, they could have a villain that can blow up a planet or several and still make it interesting, because there's basically the galaxy is huge. There's 1 billion stars, 10 billion.
Well, I think in the setting there's 1 million worlds, Imperium worlds.
Habitable worlds, but
Yes.
mostly.
Well, like active, like in use, 1 million, because that's kind of that's also supposed to be the number of Space Marines, but I don't think that's true anymore.
Well, ours has about 100 billion stars, and some places are even not properly mapped. I really hate it when like, oh, Star Wars, like they're even like again, that and several IPs have like, despite having an entire galaxy, hell, DC Comics has always like stuck to, is far worse. DC Comics and Marvel Comics are stuck into like America or just New York City or a single state, and yet they have an entire universe, and yet they're always like, oh, Earth is like the super, like, we gotta make sure the fans are like stuck. Oh my god, these people. But yeah, there's like 100 billion stars. You don't even have to fight on a habitable world. I'm pretty sure we could terraform something, or have something like just be a very important like isolated temple inside a gas giant, or hovering orbital station or something like that, and then blow that up, and then have a few dozen what do they call those, forge worlds be at stake instead of just one planet or one moon that's in trouble.
You know, interestingly enough, there was it was in, what do you call it, in BattleTech, there was a there was a conquest of a planet. It was hired by, I think it was the Northwind Highlanders were hired by House Karita to pick up a planet from the Clanners, and it was in a small planet called Wayside 5, and that it was like a planet that used to have an atmosphere, and it was it's like it got swiped by a comet or something, and so it had so there's basically nothing habitable, and they had to have so it was barely terraformed at all, and there was almost no atmosphere, so that means that radiation and everything else was a problem there, and that was kind of an interesting and different way to handle it. And there's been some others like in BattleTech where literally the set, like they're on a, maybe not a gas giant, but something like that, where they're where it's just different and not necessarily like everything is Earth-like, and that's pretty cool. Like, that can be interesting. Now it can get a little wild sometimes, a little too, because I think you have to understand it's hard to get people to buy in all the time, so you have to kind of be careful and give them something to anchor onto. But you know, it can be really interesting to kind of come up with different non-Earth-like planets, and some of those concepts can be really interesting.
I think some of them are just not informed enough, but primarily I really think that I know that we need to sell something, but I hope later on we could start creating stuff for the sake of art. But I also like to point out, like what I said earlier, like 5 planets, like let's increase not only like the variation in quantity, but I mean quality, like different types of planets, but also the number of planets. Again, losing 100 worlds in the Milky Way in the Warhammer 40k is gonna be like enough of a shakeup, because I remember the Badab War. I think there was like a few star systems, but basically there's so many wars across the Imperium almost every day. I think it's every day. There's a war somewhere in the galaxy. Well, I'm like new war, because I think Armageddon lasted for like so many fucking years. But we could have like several planets in trouble, because it's kind of get tiring. Like most of the time, it's like a single planet, much like Cadia. Everybody's was fighting on a single rock instead of having a diverse, like terraforming and like fortifying another set of worlds next to it, like so that we could divide the attention instead of having everyone compete whose chapter or whose guard regiment gets to be smiling in a page or at the end of the book, and have probably more capable villains like the Red Corsairs, to like having like Huron Blackheart be a more prominent villain. I was actually hoping he'd lead Third Black Crusade, but like several other good villains, and in that conflict we could have like had different stories on different planets, but most of the time it's always like let's all land in a single planet. Like that doesn't seem too feasible for me. Like if you have like more than 1,000 ships always fighting in a single sector, and more are coming, and along with billions on ground forces on a single planet, it's a bit iffy.
Well, that's what actually, yeah, I'm sorry to keep coming back to BattleTech here, but that's actually something I like about that setting is that, because they have big storylines, right? And it's it can be very Games of Thrones, like obviously that predates Game of Thrones, but you know what I'm saying, that court intrigue, different noble and royal houses competing, but also there's a lot of stories that are just a no big deal planet, nothing's going on, but there's like this small mercenary company that's sent out there, and it turns into a battlefield for them, but it's very small. It's a microcosm of everything else happening, and I love those stories. That's something I really prefer. Small unit, small focus of just this planet. We're not going through all of these, we're not dealing with this big ensemble cast and all this stuff, and we're not at the same 5 capital planets and all that stuff. We're on some backwater planet fighting, and that's cool to me. So I would like to see something kind of like that in 40k as well, where the stakes aren't that big, but it is for this small group that you're following. I like that.
Well, of course, for the small group, but and I'd like to see that more. Well, there are some, but some are not too well written. Hope that changes. But for what I'm saying is like, imagine like the 13 Black Crusade and several others. Like there are multiple places. Like the way in the ball system happened, there were multiple systems going in, multiple plans being fought over, and then we have the Twitter thing, or it's like, oh, there's like this voting thing. Technically, when the competition went up, I believe it was like it was supposed to be like people stating on who won on their like matches, so people would buy more Leviathan boxes so they could fight it out. But what happened on Twitter was that people were just voting yes or no, or sorry, voting between Space Marines or the Tyranids. Remember that event where they were like fighting over a single planet, and you could vote. Yeah. But even if it went off the original intention, I really still think that like major wars, let's say like the Leviathan thing, we could have sacrificed 100,000 worlds to really pump things up. We have like a few dozen like important worlds. We could lose 100,000 and like put in like an old discarded planet, then have a few good stories on it besides the Leviathan book. have it important and like build it up, then we can also burn it all to the ground afterwards, leaving it to the Tyranids to make them a viable threat instead of like leaving one planet versus the entire armada of Hive Fleet Leviathan.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm. So I don't know if you remember. You've read Ravenor, correct?
The what?
Ravenor.
Oh yeah.
You'll remember. I think it was the last book. That I forget the name of the planet, but part of what was going on was that they were working on. I can never say that right. Annuncia, and they were using chaos infused cogitators found on a recently reconquered planet that had fallen to chaos. And I thought that was a highly unexplored concept, which I would love to see more of that too. So not just us losing worlds, but also gaining them back and what that looks like. I think that's very interesting. So I think that also helps show the stakes too, that we could lose or gain them. Which, for the record, I apologize. That's also another thing that is interesting in BattleTech 2 is that these planets are within generations will swap hands in different factions, and that also is an interesting thing to show people. And I know the intolerance of the Imperium doesn't allow quite so much of, oh well, I used to worship chaos, but now I worship the Emperor. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it'd still be kind of an interesting what's left. Or
we could also have like rebel, like the way they handle rebels are like mustache twirling villains. But let's fine. Let's say that the Imperium is also like, let's say, the protagonist. But let's have it. What if we had like a Star Trek Federation in a single corner? We could also have a Mandalorian warrior culture somewhere else. These two factions could become like vassal states, and we could just have Gilliman have his own independent vassal state as well. Yeah, come on guys, we gotta help the Ultramarines. But yeah, but we could have like different like factions within, let's say, the Leagues of Votan as well. I think they were I think that was the original intention back then. Well, they were just called the squats and they had their own lore. We don't have to like incorporate them. We could have them as like a vassal state, much like on how the Mechanicus is. Well, technically it's a partnership, but it's like a vassal state or a protectorate that we could work together or leave them alone, since let's say, oh, there's too many orcs or Tyranids and let's say pariahs in that sector. We could leave them alone in that corner and interact with them every once in a while so that they can push back and forth. Since there's like a ton of enemies of the Imperium, they couldn't like wipe out these two other factions, and how they can't wipe out the Tau. And like we could keep switching planets rather than, because if you fall to chaos, you're fucked. You can't just suddenly go back to the Emperor easily. You know what, like what the BattleTech people do, there's like quote-unquote good faction, the other one pragmatically good, quote-unquote, with some evil things, and the others are chaotic good or chaotic evil, something like that. Not exactly like demon worship or something within those depths.
Right. Yeah, the stakes are different. It's more like, I guess, more like real life, where if somebody's being conquered, it's like the average person, it's like, whatever. My money changes faces on it, but, whatever. My life is mostly not changed by it, which can be interesting too. But you're right. It would be interesting to see, like, as you said, maybe some other even human factions, right? And kind of what that looks like to go in between. And it was a shame, because I think they were trying to go with that with the Tau at some point, where they could go from they could go from being Gavesa to being part of the Imperium or vice versa. And they just really underexplored the Tau with the idea that they were this coalition race, and it's just now all it's a focus on is the Tau race themselves, and not the fact that they have all these other vassal groups that work for them and with them. And some of them are pretty interesting, and there's no tabletop models. They're just mentioned in some of the books and the codexes.
There's a fuck ton of, let me just bring it up. There's a fuck ton of 40k minor races. Like, if you've seen this picture before, the one with the bat thing. Like, there's a fuck ton of them. They're it's in a 40k codex, but like the Rakgol, they could like be an enemy, or the Loxotal. these are a lot of like non-humanoid. The Luxorol isn't even like bipedal. We could have a ton of that, but people are like, no.
Or even an expansion on some of the abhumans would be nice too. Some models for the felinids would be interesting, because I've heard different sources have different opinions on what they look like, and there's a lot of things like that that we touch in the books that never come to tabletop, and it would be interesting. And actually, to your point earlier, maybe that's something that they could STL, and then maybe they don't have to spend the money for the models, but they could instead have other people print it out, so the risk for them is minimal. They just have somebody design it, and then everything else is handled by the community.
Yeah, I sent out the picture. Like, you see those guys? Those are things like. One of them even has like a tiny like orb head, and as the rest is like tentacles.
Oh man, yeah. There's a lot of, and then like you read Abnett stuff. He mentions other races quite a bit.
Yeah, but for the abhuman thing, you had to pick up felinids. I'm like, there are certain fan groups in every sci-fi IP that's always looking for a cat-eared human being of either
Yes,
of either
like
two.
the Canopian cat girls for BattleTech. Yes, I'm
I heard
aware.
of that. I heard of that. There's a lot of like fanfic about Canopian cat girl harems, and I'm like,
It's terrible. Canopus is like space Vegas, and it's a matriarchy. So I wouldn't look forward to that place. You can literally own people. It's not an admirable place, but people like it. There's cat girls, so obviously it must be good.
that's how they pull in the suckers. Yeah. There's like a ton of like species. There's even one in a codex that has a picture of like a vampire one. I think that's the Crave. And there's like
There
the
are
Zotes.
vampires in 40k,
Hmm?
but they're like warp entities.
The Crave?
No, vampires.
Oh yeah, I know that. Marshall Helbrecht. People don't know that Marshall Helbrecht actually took down a vampire once. Yeah, we could expand upon these things. Heck, besides Xenos, there are a fuck ton of demons in the warp, and the way they're handling Chaos Undivided as well. Fuck it, they're not even doing it properly. Like so, do you know that it's like the they them thing? It's like the non-binary thing where nobody knows what it is. It's like the Chaos Undivided. Do I get to be overpowered with Chaos Undivided? Am I serving all the gods or not all the gods? Or am I some of like they even label Chaos Undivided for other creatures who are stated as unaligned and unrelated to the for Chaos gods. You can't both be cold and hot. It can't be connected and disconnected at the same time. I think they need another term for neutral chaos beings, because it can't be Chaos Undivided, because that means all four Chaos gods rather than not being a part of the pantheon.
Well, not only that, the warp itself is at least our understanding is it's far more than just what we consider chaos, and I would love to see them expand on that in a way that would be interesting. But it just seems like we go back to the same four extremes.
We could also have like Xenos Demon Princess, or having some of like Xenos worshippers or Chaos human worshippers, or Astartes, Chaos Astartes with multiple marks, let's say, instead of like, because you can't be Abaddon where you could have all four marks, but you could have like, let's say, the ones would cooperate, let's say Siege, Zinch and Slanesh, or Korn and Nurgle, having it in a single champion. Like we could have him like be an interesting mix of a chaos villain that's has two marks of the chaos gods before we go to the neutral chaos factions.
Well, and not only that, I'd like to also see them do get into some of the other demon princes too. Some demon princes and like Be'lakor and I am blanking on the other one.
Vashtor?
Vashtor, thank you. Yes, and I know Vashtor is relatively new, but I would like to see some more expansion on that as well. I'm not a huge Chaos fan, but I do think that it could be really interesting to see that, and things. And I'd also like to see other work, like I believe in Shadow Sun, they ended up in the warp
and there is a Tau deity now.
Yeah, and I was hoping that they'd let the Nurgle thing be continuous, because after they defeated one Chaos fleet, they're like, okay, Nurgle's gone, I guess we close up the story. I'm like, we could have had like Chaos interact more, or because there's barely anything when they say, oh no, they fight the Tyranids and Orcs too and Imperium. I'm like, that's not as interesting. You guys never flesh it out. So I was hoping they'd let the Nurgle thing lie a bit further. Or like Nurgle sends another champion while there's like fortresses within the multiple spears of Tau Empire, so that they could be rally points and like resupply fortresses for incoming Chaos forces. But they kind of closed that up.
Well, I think I've said this several times in this podcast, but risk averse. I think we run into a lot of that where we're playing it safe, and I think a lot of us like the stories of heroic battle, especially with Space Marines and their ilk. But sometimes it's nice to see the other side as well.
Yeah. We could have had like the Demon Primers could have like had like adventures in the warp or within the Eye of Terror, where they're fighting each other or fighting other demons or fighting like a wannabe chaos god like Vashtor, who is apparently chaos undivided but not part of the four gods. Now, again, like, we need another term, but yeah, like fighting within the warp. I mean, there was like, if you played Total War Warhammer 3, where you could like take an adventure inside the warp. I know it was like an annoying mechanic, but it was like a great idea to like fight in the warp, like go to the gardens of Nurgle and stuff like that.
Not only that, I would also like to see like some expansion on like Per Rabo, and maybe his interaction with Vashtor, because there's obviously some, right? We know the Iron Warriors have some connection because that's where the demon engines come from, right? And that would be like there's very little on Perturabo post heresy, right? In fact, the only place you can get information on what Perturabo looks like is from a collector's edition short story of Storm of Iron that has been sold out for many, many, many years. And so it's almost impossible to get your hands on it. And it's a shame because it's interesting. That stuff is actually, I like the technology stuff. And so that to me, that one's can be very interesting. Now, another thing that I think that they could spend a little more time on is Space Hulks.
Oh yeah,
I love Space Hulks. They're so cool, and I really feel like they haven't done anything with Space Hulks in a very long time.
and not only with like, let's say, mixing it up with like a giant cluster of like alien ships, we could also have like different like ships of different cultures of different planets, like different techs, or the Dark Age of technology, like there are multiple nations. We could have like amazing adventures in those, but most of them are like the same gothic ships from the same era within, let's say, between the 35th to the 40th millennium, and nothing else. We don't even have like adventures of the different ancient Mechanicum ships.
That's true, and like I would love to see stuff like maybe touch on the Men of Stone. And I know technically the Leagues of Votann are pretty much the Men of Stone, but you know what I'm saying. Early Men of Stone, maybe Men of Gold. I would love to have them expand on the Men of Gold.
What was the Men of Gold again?
The Men of Gold was okay. So before the Dark Age of I guess technically during the Dark Age of Technology, that was when they expanded out to the stars, and the Men of Gold made the Men of Stone to go out, and that was basically the core concept to the Leagues of Votann. They could clone, right, and they had the Men of Iron helping them. So the kind of the core concepts of the Leagues of Votann falls into what is the Men of Stone, minus the fact that they were small. That was kind of a explanation of, deep core, so therefore small. It's just an excuse to make them squats. But
Space Dwarves.
Yes, but the core concept of these guys who went out expanding, right? These were the people that went out and expanded. that was the Men of Stone, and the Men of Gold are the ones who made that happen. So that whole concept of the kind of the best technology, I would love to see them touch on that, or maybe find some of it. And I know there have been some stories where they find it, but I mean, really expand on it, not just it's all gone now, or there's that one robot that we sell for the Black Fortress game, and that's a Men of Iron. So
Yeah, something that expand on it. Yeah, there are a few things that they can expand upon. But so far, I think that's all we could think of the Warhammer 40k. Hope you're listening, Mr. Henry, and we're sorry for I'm sorry for trying to insult some of the authors in your new company. I'm just trying to have a good jab. How about you, man? Do you have anything to discuss or add?
Let somebody else write some Far Sight or maybe some more Tau other than Phil Kelly. That's my only request.
Somebody get
All
rid
respect to Phil Kelly.
Somebody get rid of the fucking novels of some things, and the fucking the Eldar trilogy is like, God, and some of the Eldar books. It's not even Eldar when I'm reading it.
Ooh, also,
what?
Write more Titanicus. I want more Titans, please, 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 more Titans.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the excuse of we can't use them all, they might get wasted. Oh please, nobody actually records. Oh, this Titan is dead. I guess we can't use it in another novel. Sorry, it's like if this Titan's dead, I guess we have to scratch off the overall number. I'm pretty sure they can make up a number of 10,000 Titans or so. Lose a few Titans. I don't give a damn. I've already read the death of 10 Emperor Titans, not including the Dawn of Fire series, Dawn of War series.
No, Titan Death. Did you ever read that one?
I think I forgot about it, but I did read it.
It's the Horus Heresy one where they so many Titans were destroyed that's literally what they called the whole place.
Fuck yeah! I was like, it was Angel Boy versus the Jaegers.
Yes.
It was so cool, man. He's so overpowered, and I love it. Yeah, I could have placed in the theme song of One Punch Man with
It's
Sanguinius.
true. That was pretty amazing. Yeah, I do not die today. It was very, very cool.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that they nerfed Angron for some reason when he got backed, despite Sanguinius taking on several Titans. But when it came to his brother, oh, I'm struggling. And they can't say, oh, he's injured by the Titans. You sure? But I don't know. Somebody really needs to look over and streamline. I'm still going with the hopefully synchronized reboot of everything. We could get some of the forgotten lore and some of the useless lore kicked out. I was gonna spoil the Star Wars part, the one that I want gone, but that's good for now. Anything else, man?
That's it.
And again, Henry Cavill, we're still here if you still need us. The first half of our ideas are free. Alright, Zeph, let's head over to the pre-Disney Star Wars section.
Alright.
Oh, before we go there, you have any so far you think everything's good with the current Warhammer news?
Oh, well, I'm excited for that they're continuing Fantasy Battle, and now they've gotten some dwarfs, so I'm very excited about that.
No, I mean in 40k.
Oh, and 40k. I don't know if I have anything. Nothing right now.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful, but as for anything else, I could say that I have faith in it since it's improving a little, especially with the what was that show that came up? It was this Salamanders chapter that with the better animated series. The story was good enough, I guess, but I hope they make more that aren't made by PowerPoint presentation Warhammer Plus shows.
Right.
All right. That's the end for the Warhammer 40k section. For the Disney Star Wars, we have the elements of Disney Star Wars that would have been better to make the Disney sequels. anything comes in mind that would have been better to broadcast into the episode 7 to 9 rather than Ray Palpatine story?
Well, since they stole the storyline of Darth Caedius without the cool stuff, I'd rather than have just done that from the EU.
Oh yeah, it was way better. There's even a point like they stopped Darth Sidious from like launching like I think it was like a black hole or something like or the Force Storm. But there was like the unborn child of Luke Skywalker and oh wait, that was before Cade. The Darth, sorry, what was his name again? Forgot the son of Solo.
Darth Caedius.
Ah, Darth Caedius, right? And he got to be redeemed later on, but that's one of the stories I'm like, I guess it's good enough. Like the story was interesting enough, and he was repentant. But as far as it can be with the cloning of Palpatine, I mean, I think that was like way before Caedius came into be because there was a time with the wife of Luke Skywalker. Name? Do you remember her?
Mara Jade.
Oh yeah, that one. Mara Jade had like an unborn child, and they used its power as well to like knock out the clones of Palpatine. That was actually a more interesting story, even though it was a bit weird. It was exciting and weird, to be quite honest, but that was better than having episode 9, where it was like, I think it's like a scavenger hunt, like, let me look at this blade. I think, actually, I think he was also a fan of KOTOR, where they had like one of the Sith troopers had like Darth Rev, like had the Revan's name on it, so I think what was his name? J.J. Abrams remembered or played KOTOR 1, and it's suddenly like, I could do this. I could like do the star map thing. No man, KOTOR 1 was way better than your bullshit.
Way better, man. Oh, don't get me started on KOTOR and now this High Republic stuff, which is just not good. It's just not good.
Yeah, it's like, again, it's like, it's virtue signaling, guys. God damn it, if you can't actually do it right, then don't do it at all. And don't expect us to like, oh my god, you guys are being mean. It's a free market, and thank God we're in it. But KOTOR 1 had a better scavenger hunt, I guess, but there was a balanced amount of intrigue. The game is still fun, even if I played it right now, along with the mods, of course, just to make things fun. But
well, there's some technical difficulties with those games. They just weren't optimized for PC at all.
That, and it's not, yeah, it wasn't optimized. Like, you know, when I actually tried reinstalling, whenever I couldn't finish, whenever I want to play things in the KOTOR series, I couldn't replay like KOTOR 2 because my entire save was not, when I switched PCs after a long time, it was like, no, your saves are not coming with you. I'm like, fucking hell, I don't want to go through it again. I want to try an evil character this time, but I think there was a mod that let me skip the mining station. Okay, God.
Oh man, well, you know, it's funny. I have modded some games pretty seriously, but I never really modded KOTOR. I really probably ought to too, because I remember when I first bought it on Steam, I was like, "Why is everything 640 by 480?" And it's never gotten better.
I mod it a lot, like to even like to activate the cheats as well. Because I really like. I was playing as a good guy, but I really like the style of the dark Revan robes. I'm like, give me the dark Revan robes. So I reskinned, transmogrified my light side master robes in the end.
Well, some of the companions are on the dark side are better anyways. I mean, you can have them anyways, but you know what I'm saying. Like, Canderous Ordo, very cool.
HK-47, hell yeah,
very cool.
He's actually my top character compared to all other like Star Wars, even like the newer series. He's like, even with the episode 1 to 6, like, man, you're on the top.
KOTOR, well, the Old Republic stuff was really, really interesting, and as its own setting, was capable of standing on its own. I think we all kind of, because I remember somebody was talking about how, we're always, I think they said you couldn't do anything in the future because everybody's waiting for Skywalker stuff, but like, You know, that to me that showed that you can have a Star Wars story without Skywalkers, without, you know, Darth Vader, and it's still interesting.
I think it was a far better chance of they tried to like incorporate things from, let's say, Luke Skywalker and some things from episode 1 to 3. I think it's a better attempt compared to, remember Mass Effect Andromeda, where like they were trying to copy paste Mass Effect 1.
My face is tired. But yes.
Oh god, that game. The glitches were like like the sprinkle on top, but god, that game was annoying. So when they tried to fix the scene about oh, my face is tired. They tried to fix that, but the voice acting was still like, and like, who wrote this scene? Who directed this scene? It's like, are you guys grieving? And there was like I double checked when they had a few patches. There was an actual motion on her face that it wasn't a grin, but she like, that was the only thing that moved. Her odd and super extended like movement to the side of her lip. I'm like, are you grieving? I don't know. Is something happening?
Well, you know, the line didn't make sense. It just made no sense. It was like, it's like somebody threw that line in, either it was a flub, like, or a joke, or they were trying to fix like something they couldn't fix, so they just threw that line in. It made no sense. It made no sense at all, especially considering the gravity of that story, like of what was going on. It made no sense.
I would have been better if I was playing as Ryder. Let's say, oh, I guess I'm the either gender. Okay, let's say you want to choose as the woman. Okay, the one who's sick is the dad instead of the mom. But God, they tried to. That's one of the bad examples of trying to do a copy, but they tried to copy Mass Effect 1 so hard, from like the council trying to ground you, the council like giving you a super special rank, but they did it poorly when they tried copying Mass Effect 1. Did you know there was even like in the escape attempt, it's like similar to Anderson helping you out, except it's a Solarian this time.
Solarians are interesting.
Oh yeah, definitely. Again, Mass Effect is one of the better like sci-fi stories that had an actual alien like something, rather than I'm a humanoid. I'm a human with extra features. Remember that episode 4, there was like this spider alien, and there's like he's basically talking different. The only thing I think some of the I'm not saying like George Lucas was super racist like Lovecraft, but they're basically just humans, but who talk in a language that most people don't know. Right? Remember, like Luke Skywalker was trying to like, I can't understand what you're saying. Then this guy comes along and says, "My friend doesn't like you."
Oh yeah. Oh, the Aqualeash.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I wish we had more, but I think George Lucas tried to introduce more species. Like he tried to introduce Jar Jar Binks, just to point out, unlike J.K. Rowling, I think we know that the Toydarians are based on a certain ethnicity.
Yeah. Government money isn't real. Yes. I need something more real. Yes. That's an interesting one.
He actually talks like one of the stereotypical. You guys don't complain about that nowadays. Oh my fucking god! But you guys complain about Tyranids, to orcs, to the goblins in Harry Potter. Could they be Jews? What the fuck? Again, the ones who are using a racist lens are you, and I don't know why you're using it at all.
Well, you know, it's what I liked about what Lucas handled, especially in the prequels, because and I know he said this in the past, that he didn't have the budget in the first, especially the first one, period, maybe the first two, to pull off having a bunch of alien races. But I felt like in the prequels, he did a really good job of introducing a bunch of them, and then the sequel trilogy just dropped the ball so they could show more humans.
Yeah, more diversity in humans, and yet when it comes to different countries, they bitch out like in Spider-Man 2. We're gonna praise Nexus mods for like removing the mods, taking out the LGBTQ. I really don't like the new flag, but from the game, because modders shouldn't be able to do that. When it comes to China, the Middle East, and several other places, Kotaku is quiet. Suddenly, they're not berating the mighty companies.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And then, yeah, you'll notice the studio. A lot of them have studios in the Middle East, and notice that those Twitter handles, they don't change colors in June. Weird about that.
Yeah, no, the treatment over there, like nobody complains, and they're suddenly shocked when. I love that they have like these blindsiders on when they came to the, where was that World Cup? Was it in Iran? No,
Qatar.
Qatar. Yeah. Oh my God. Oof. You don't want to be gay there. But to no offense to the good ones that I know, but I also have like we also have like LGBT friends, right? But some of them, are the others in the community, I really think like are really just weird people who just like the trending stuff. Because when some of them actually got there some of the influencers, besides the one that was kicked out of a stadium because he was having like a pride flag on him. There were others as well who tried to sneakily brought out like stuff with the LGBTQ flag, and then they were promptly kicked out because people in the bystanders started like harassing them or like ratted them out. Like, you guys realize America is not the entire world, despite what the movies are telling you. The aliens do not have the obsession of the Golden State Bridge.
Yes, yeah, it's yeah, that's always was kind of a funny thing. You would hear people say things like, "There's no such thing as white culture," and it's like, whoa, no, you only say that because you don't have the context. There is definitely that, because what you're saying is even part of white culture.
Yeah, and they can't say like, oh, because you guys stole things. It's like, I know this is a bit off, but it's like Warhammer. I'm pretty sure the ones that they copied from somewhere else. Like any culture in the world, they conquered land, they killed their neighbors, they enslaved people at some point. So don't like suddenly like be all righteous. Again, these people don't even know that there are certain conflicts in the world of continuously. When the Kony 2012 things ended, nobody cared about Africa. Some people I even knew suddenly got interested in Africa only for one thing: to scold Mr. Beast. Motherfuckers. I have no words. I can't understand insanity. Zeph, how do you understand insanity? I don't know how it works.
Well, that's the path to Zinch. I wouldn't recommend it.
I think there was a famous quote: one cannot understand the depths of stupidity and insanity altogether because it moves in two different directions. But also at the same time, if you somehow think you're on the same level, then you're lying. Because a trail of logic cannot follow you once you go that low.
Well,
Okay. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm finished.
Well, the biggest thing is that it's just it's the current thing. That's what we run into a lot. It's just people chasing the current thing, and the current thing changes a lot. And it can be really conflicting, as we've seen. We've mentioned several things that are conflicting in the last year.
People, again, they're both the legal and illegal immigrants from the 90s and 2000s and early 2010s. Nobody gave a damn about them. Suddenly when it's the new thing, oh my god, I love all of you. I'm gonna keep supporting the new ones coming in, and they're the old ones, generations who went there first. Can you help me too? No. I gotta support the new thing. Because like, remember, it was like times like when America was being pressured to help other countries, and everyone was like super hyped up. They completely forgot about them, and the only thing that in their minds is, I gotta help Ukraine or Palestine. I think there's no other country outside of the US besides those two.
Seems like it.
Do you know that in Papua New Guinea it's being occupied by the Chinese and one other country? I think it was Indonesia. These people like don't know like the horrors there's also like crimes against humanity being done there, but nobody's batting an eye.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's believable. Actually, I
took a cultural anthropology course many years ago that about our professor was studied Papua New Guinea, and he'd been there twice, and it was a pretty closed off culture. And he said when he went the second time, like their mythologies had changed and stuff, but I could see that being rife with if somebody has the want to take over that area, they certainly could. And like a Belt and Road Initiatives type thing could definitely really abuse that area, because they're very closed off over there.
Oh yeah, the accession of the Papua New Guinea. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's being conquered Indonesia with the support of the Chinese. I love it when they're so proud to use Apache helicopters against people with sticks. God, that was it was like really weird for like them trying to proclaim that they conquered something in the new age.
Yeah, it's not even fair. Like, those poor people, they live very
Simple.
rural. It's very simple.
Yeah, very natural. Oh, then they suddenly had to give it away. You know, when America says, no offense, Matt, when America says, we gotta save the world, save parts of the world with oil and lithium. That's why they're helping my country right now. There's certain resources that's being contested right now by the Chinese.
Well, the funny thing about the oil thing is that it didn't happen. We didn't end up with a bunch of oil. And frankly, America has more oil, but than any of the countries that we quote unquote gave liberty to. Now, there are other problems to why that happened, and reasonings, but I could certainly say military-industrial complex, but
definitely
not necessarily. I kind of wish it were true, because I'm tired of paying $3 to $4 a gallon. But there is a part of the United States government that really loves delivering freedom, and it's funny which ones where they're choosy about it.
Yeah. Those people. But anyway, going back to regarding the Star Wars, we could also add in things back. We could also add in an alien as a protagonist. I could have liked the Nautolan race, the squid-like people, I think.
Yes, like you're talking about. Not Admiral Akbar's, but the
Jedi
not the
Master
Mon
Kid?
Cal. Not the Mon Cal, but the other one, right?
The one with the
they had
green. Remember the green alien with the long tentacle hair?
Yes, I do remember that one.
Okay. He was the master of the first form. Oh yeah, Kit Fisto.
Yes, Kid Fisto was. Once again, the prequels had a lot of interesting characters.
Dude had an underwater, they even put in a Clone Wars episode where you could go underwater and use the fucking lightsaber underneath. Which I wonder why it wasn't universalized. I know it's oh well, it's not every time that Jedi is caught in the rain. It's Rain Man. We could have it installed, and if they want to go underwater, it'd be nice if everyone had a lightsaber. Because there's in some scenes and some lore that they can't use lightsabers underwater.
Well, there's a few things like that where there's some inconsistencies with the Force, or various subject matters, when they talk about in especially they talk about this in the Old Republic and stuff. When you have a lightsaber duel, part of what's happening is that you're using the Force as part of that fight. It's not just twirling it, right? And so they basically the Force pushes up against the other user's Force, and that widely inconsistent. And they that's why everybody kind of got tired of saying anybody can wield a lightsaber. It's no, not anybody can wield a lightsaber. And I appreciated the Mandalorian for at least trying to prove why it's so difficult to do by having Din Djarin have such a hard time using the Darksaber.
Okay, one thing that I'd like to agree on George Lucas against the Mandalorian. because this has been come up on the Old Republic, which I understand this point. There's like Mandalorian iron is like cortosis, lightsaber proof. And they said, oh, if you get hit, you could still be hurt. No, when Din Djarin was smacked around by the dark saber, that fucking thing fucking did nothing except like slightly inconvenience him. When after the fight against dark saber, that man could walk properly and didn't even limp or had like someone attend to his wounds for like internal bleeding and shit. No, the man was okay. He should have been like what Batman underwent when he got mauled over by Bane, like recovery period and shit.
Well, you know, the Cortosis Weave and Beskar are really interesting stuff that I'm glad they bothered a little bit on it in the Disney stuff, but I would really love to see them. I really wish they could have expanded on that more. That's why I liked the Old Republic, because they tried to expand on that more and kind of get into some of the details. And then, you know, like it got mixed in like the Republic Commando series by Karen Travis. They covered on some of the. I'm a big Mandalorian fan. I mean Mandalorian as in just the group, not necessarily the Disney TV series. And you know, they covered a lot of that. How to fight Jedis, how to deal with Jedis as a non-Force user. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, a lot of aspect of Star Wars. I really think, yeah, besides the low budget, that during that time in the episode 4 to 6, he wanted, like, it was a great thing that he focused on it. But he was like, I'm pretty sure during that time he had a lot of like world building ideas. But he couldn't like suddenly like go back, oh shit, I forgot to add this in episode 4. But yeah, prequels are a hard thing to manage, and I really not advise it to becoming a series, because it has to be underneath the shadow of its sequel. So it can't be suddenly like, oh, this super new lore, or C-3PO and R2-D2 are actually a part of Annie's entire adventure from childhood to becoming a Jedi Jedi Knight. But yeah, I'm like, suddenly, like, when Vader came around, I'm pretty sure he could have said, C-3PO, is that you? And R2-D2, like, something like that. He couldn't even recognize them in the episode 4 to 6. George, god damn it, you could have, like, added other droids.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, that's kind of I think, you know, he was really trying to dip from the same well too much. And at least in the sequels, they tried to come up with new ones like BB-8. You know, I didn't love it, but I mean, I'm glad that they tried to do something new.
BB-8. They couldn't even like think of a way to replace C-3PO, except, you know, trying to honor like Metal Gear Solid with that red arm. Yeah, but for KOTOR, I gotta say, they could have like made some adjustments, making like things a bit harder to do. Let's say having a not exactly a Mass Effect relay, but remember when they tried to attach a remember the prequel like starfighter rings that enabled them to undergo hyperspace, and they needed it to always to go to hyperspace, otherwise they just have to travel at sublight speed.
Right.
I wish they had more like restrictions on that on the Old Republic, like, oh, you gotta like have like an attachment or bigger ships just to like accommodate the archaic form of hyperspace and stuff like that, instead of or having some droids do this and that. I know it's like the ancient era where they had like the wire. Remember the retro saber where they had like a wire connected to a battery pack? I'll send you the picture.
Okay.
You've never seen it before?
I don't know. Just go ahead and send it. Let me take a look.
But yeah, they used to have in like do you know like Marka Ragnos? Remember him?
Yes.
During his time, the reason why they were using a lot of Cortosis blades, not Cortosis blades, Force swords and other stuff back then, is because they were troubled by, during the EU, they made it like the ancient lightsabers had a battery pack on the back of your, let's say, utility belt, and it's connected to your lightsaber. So they didn't have miniature like super batteries, is what I'm gonna say.
Right.
Uh,
That's a really that's pre-KOTOR. That's way old Republic.
yep. Even before the time. Oh yeah, that's what it's called, the Proto Saber.
Yes, the Proto Saber. Somebody made one in real life.
I would guess yes. They would try that. But yeah, so you do remember that.
Yes.
I'll still send it over. Let's see, image. But yeah, these things were like. Did you know that in the EU comics there was like one student who would risk his fellow students' lives because he was like, I want to be retro. Because they had to like help protect him from his lightsaber's power source from being cut. Goddamn jackass, being a hipster.
No kidding. Yeah, there's some interesting Star Wars. I don't know if you saw there was a more recent one that used a light whip, and it's funny because like it's not like in the older stuff. The light whip was a segmented piece, right? So it had that way it allowed it to kind of make some logical sense, you know. But the new one from that's in Disney Star Wars is not. It's just a whip but lightsaber. It's terrible.
There were so many good things about old comics that could have used, but again, Kathleen Kennedy said we had to, but I think what was her words? Like they didn't have enough. Then suddenly later on, they didn't want to go through the mountain of content, but kept saying they were having a hard time to make content. What is it? Do you want hot or cold? Sorry, you were saying something?
Oh no, just she said they didn't have enough content and then they had too much content. It was very back and forth.
I'm looking at the High Republic right now. It looks so stupid. Oh my god. They could have done something with what the hell? One of them looks like Jesus. But anyway.
Yeah, it's just like the Acolyte. I saw the trailer for the Acolyte. It looks terrible too.
I'm glad they're so diverse that they added the Wookiee.
Well, Lucas had put a ban on Wookiees as Force users.
Oh yeah, I remember that, but nobody wants to listen to him. I know that there was.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, but I love it. Like I know there are some things that I wanna like contest about like Old Republic that he didn't like, but I wanna say, let's say Cortosis and Beskar, there should be like a certain thing, let's say like withering. When you strike, let's say it has like acid. Remember like on how actually it's too strong, the acid of the aliens in the alien movies, but let's say that it's Zerg. There we go. The Zerg acid, it burns through like parts of the armor to the Space Marine, the Terran Marines of their super thick armor. It doesn't like go all the way through since it was specially made to resist almost anything for their size. We could have that when a lightsaber hits, let's say, like Cortosis, from vibroblades to armor, or the Beskar. Let's say Beskar is like a bit tougher, but what happens is you get to be like being hit by a baseball bat, so your arm would be broken into places, and there's a small chance you could have like a second or third degree burn underneath rather than being chopped in half. You know, something like that. Because apparently people didn't like think of like drawbacks when you have like a kryptonite against lightsabers. To be quite frank, if Din Djarin actually went for Mandalorian iron, we could have an entire armor made of it, like go Iron Man. I think it's possible since there are powers like exoskeletons in Star Wars.
No, there could be, once again, credit where credit's due. You know that they're bothering with trying to put up some of this stuff in the bring in some of the stuff from the EU, but it's not nearly enough to make it feel fleshed out. I really wish that, that's something they could have done. Of course, now it's all just not good, but
yeah, they could have I guess they could have Old Republic. What I want to say for it is made it more, let's say, like a bit more primitive and a lot of difficulties of traveling through space, like the difficulties on how the expanse felt like. So we could have a jump. Well, not too much, but let's say some parts of living isn't as advanced as those in Star Wars. We could have a bit of a difference, but they did quite well. And KOTOR is one of my most favorite games, and I think it's my most favorite game of all time. KOTOR 1.
it's a good one. It's a really good one.
Yeah, KOTOR 2 was a bit weird, but they did well. I'm so fucking miffed that they didn't let the original. I think there was a bit of a problem on what happened, that they couldn't do Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 3.
Did you end up playing Tor?
What? Sorry?
Did you end up playing Tor, the Old Republic?
Oh, you mean
MMO?
SWTOR, the one online?
Yes.
Well, as far as I can remember, it was actually interesting at times, but it was an MMO, so no true decision actually went on. They had to rewrite some parts because they didn't want certain decisions changing too much. And since there were so many so many classes with their own interesting origins, because besides doing decisions, you had your own class. But if you've heard about the Valkorian thing, what our associate said about the Old Republic, have you heard his name, Valkorian?
No.
He's a super powered force user, goes to different bodies. He actually comes from a different he comes from a super not from another galaxy, but he comes from a spot. It's actually there's a chance of this happening. There's actually a spot in each galaxy that you could actually have an isolated set of star systems, and that's where Valkorian came from. And he was able to start off the the Sith Empire by manipulating events from the very end, from very edge of a galaxy, and then started pouring his power through. But that's just a fraction of his power, and yet he's as powerful as, let's say, Palpatine in the prequels. And when he suddenly revealed his true nature, instead of swapping bodies, he came in through a ship, and each ship, do you know what's inside?
What's that?
A trapped star within a Dyson sphere.
Oh, my land.
he went into the galaxy blazing with glory, and so each ship is they're called the Eternal Empire, and their ships are weird. So I'm gonna upload it, but each ship, when they're all connected, they could actually fire a super beam. And when that super beam is lit up, but let's say, so each ship has a star inside, right?
Right.
Imagine that, but across. I mean, they did. I swear to God, the Disney writers couldn't even use this, but they were able to connect all of the ships, the thousands of Eternal Empire ships, and when they all connected, they would fire the force of 1,000 suns. So again, they're connecting energy. Let's say like a beam, it will start connecting from each ship. So after 1,000 ships, after 999 ships connect, they would pour all that energy into a single ship. It would shoot a laser, something like a death beam, but it could sweep around. So imagine the Death Star, but prolonged beam, and you could sweep it around. So it was able to wipe out so many ships.
That's wild, man.
But yeah, the Eternal. But have you seen the SWTOR cinematic trailers?
Yes. Yeah.
They're
The
so
Deceived was
fucking
really good.
My God, those fucking things. So yeah, they kind of miffed out the story, because when as an MMO, do you know what they have? So before that, so there are two sides, the Republic and the Empire. Again, I was hoping that they'd be like at least three factions, let's say the Hut Cartel, but anyway. So there are three factions, there are two factions, and each one has like 6 characters with their own backstory, right?
Right.
They got tired of that and they killed off almost everyone, and whoever your chosen characters in that playthrough is, he'll be the survivor and he'll get most of the companions of the other classes before this expansion. So they literally trimmed out the entire thing that made SWTOR slightly unique.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, like 11 other classes were like wiped out the storyline. So I liked it before, like they had their own story, or sometimes they were connected, I guess, in some cases, but it felt like a bit of a cheap shot. And then since you're the chosen one, I have a bit of argument with other people, but I really don't think you could like, so like he's like a super force user, right? Valkorion, the one who killed off the 2 factions. He was able to take down with his Eternal Fleet the 2 factions of from the Empire and Republic during the old Republic timeline. So he came in with a huge fleet, he won, and he killed off the other 11 classes aside from your chosen one. It was when I went through it kind of made sense, since I'm a Jedi Knight, or I tried to use a Jedi or a Sith Inquisitor for the other one. But I could play as a Republic trooper or a human smuggler or a bounty hunter, and I get to channel the Force as well. So you see what I'm saying? Like, do you get
Right.
that? Yep. It's like the Disney Star Wars thing. Like, everybody can use the Force if they try hard enough. No, motherfuckers, you're making it again. You're trying to homogenize it. It's like advertisers trying to homogenize every demographic into one. Star Wars is unique because you have to be born with the Force and you have to like train for it. You can't just suddenly be awakened with that power, or somebody gives you power because they're dead. I think that's like how it happened. I can't remember, but the bounty hunter and the smuggler or the Republic trooper suddenly has Yoda-like power. Like, that's like Yoda. Remember Force Unleashed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Galen Merrick.
Yeah, so imagine like or a stormtrooper wielding the power of like Galen Merrick. Force repulse.
That's a shame. That really is sad to hear.
Yeah, that's why I stopped playing. Actually, I came back when they tried to tease something like, oh, you could be a Jedi Knight, but you could, since the war's over, the Eternal Empire was defeated, so the 2 sides could be the 2 sides, let's say Republic and the Sith Empire could like be disconnected. You could actually when the alliance is splitting, there was a storyline where I could switch sides. I was like super excited. I get to betray the Republic.
How dare you?
And the other side, you could join the Republic, but it was like a long time and they never actually got onto it. And I'm like, God damn it, guys! I was so excited. Again, it's hard when they want to like preserve the status quo in any like medium.
Well, did you ever play Star Wars Galaxies?
I remember pretending to be a bartender in that game.
Well, that was before they tried to make it WoW. Anybody could be a Jedi, but you had to earn it. So there was a big quest line you had to go through. It wasn't, you couldn't just switch it as a class, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I remember like you had to like go through a lot of things instead of like the MMO style what they with the SWTOR. You had like you could like do like nearly 2 hours of content and you're a Jedi Knight. The one thing I liked about SWTOR is like there was a whole lot more Sith. And there was like Sith religions, the Sith cults, a lot of like the horrible war crimes in some areas of the Sith Empire. That's kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah. It was another place, and they were evil, but not necessarily purely mustache twirling. So it was kind of an interesting group, and it was nice to see that perspective.
What do you mean, Star Wars Galaxies?
Well, no. I just meant Sith when you talk about Sith stuff.
Oh
Like,
yeah. Some of them actually like to. Some actually like went with the Sith. I know they have like impulse control. Like, God, I want to kill something sometimes, or I want to like conquer or be rich. There's an excess. Yes, it actually still points it out in some part of SWTOR that some of the Sith don't like want to like torture or something like that. It is the major. It is like it's still the majority. Like some are mustache like yeah twirling villains, but they are villains in total. But they are like being more consistent. Some are like trying to do it for military gain instead of like, yes, that's genocide, everyone. No, we're here to commit diplomacy, and I'm gonna be more tactful about it, and I'm gonna be like, using spies and stuff like that and tactics rather than in in the same room. Someone with style and class, like I know that they say it's much less twirling as what Count Dooku was, but I think he pulled it off. He pulled off a villain on his own who wanted to like protect his own planet and stuff like that, and he still had dignity and stuff and a certain amount of honor when it came to certain situations. I meant like the prequels.
I'm sorry. Could you say that last part again?
I said something like the prequels. Like I said, like Count Dooku, he isn't like a boring, much less twirling villain, but he he carried himself and had reasons. There's a few like him in the SWTOR, but yeah, majority still like, but they were still in an exciting way of, and it was contextually that they were like political, like Game of Thrones evil, while some of them were psychotic Sith religious fuckers. Like, some of them do like the, I gotta sacrifice you to absorb your life force. Like something like Sith alchemy did exist in SWTOR in some places if you know the right temples.
Well, I kind of wish that Darth Bane had spent a little more time on the Sith stuff before, him going off and doing his own thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know how it was. I don't think it was George Lucas who wrote that part. I think it was like...
It was Drew Karpyshyn.
Who?
Drew Karpyshyn is the guy. Was a writer for BioWare. I don't know if he still works there. He wrote Darth Bane, and he wrote like he would write a book in relation to a game that was coming out for BioWare. So Drew wrote the Darth Bane stuff in relation to KOTOR, and he wrote some Mass Effect books in relation to the games as well. So if you wanted some extra backstory, you could get... now, the Darth Bane stuff was a little less related, but kind of just tangent. It's about the rule of two, right? So that's what the Darth Bane stuff is about. So that touches on... Darth Bane becomes he is in the Sith army during like the Mandalorian, not the Mandalorian Wars, after the Mandalorian Wars, I guess during KOTOR 1 basically. And so he ends up living on after that and becoming coming up with this idea of the rule of two for Sith. And so it was an interesting thing to kind of touch on as the differences between KOTOR and how Star Wars and the Sith became later on.
Well, I think it wraps up pretty much on how we see and what could improve in Star Wars. One thing I'd like to add as a quick note: I really wish the Ewoks were never a thing. It was like a stupid thing. Like, yes, we have stone clubs, stone arrows. We get to beat the Imperial stormtroopers.
I wish they had the budget to make them Wookiees like it should have been.
Oh, that was the thing? I thought they were just like they were meant to be ugly, furry little demons.
They were supposed to be Wookiees, but they didn't have the budget for it, so they did Ewoks instead.
Oh, that's what I thought he would. I thought like George Lucas just wanted to create the Ewoks because he wanted to sell furry toys. No? Oh, goddamn.
You know, I actually don't know. That's a good point. I've always heard that it was a budgetary thing, but you know, it's possible because Droid and Ewoks came after that. That's the those cartoons that came in the 80s.
I don't remember
So,
that. I think I buried it next to the Christmas special episode.
Well, you know what's funny? I actually like droids. Ewoks wasn't quite as good. I had the VHSs as a kid, but I actually liked some of the storylines for the droids, even though it was, C-3PO was super sassy, and it was still pretty interesting. And it was, once again, we got to see more Star Wars that wasn't a pure focus on the Jedi, and that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I hope we can like retake back Star Wars and just completely forget it happened, much like the fabled The Last Airbender of M. Night and Dragon Ball Evolution didn't exist. But
it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. It had its moments, but it was your typical Hollywood treatment, and that's always the problem. That's why a long time ago everybody should have learned the lesson that you never let them adapt anything because they're terrible at it. And it was a good example of that. But it was great to see that there was a little bit of care from the actors who were like, no, you don't understand, this stuff is great, you're messing it up. So at least there was some of that coming out of it.
yeah, fucking hell. Well, you want anything gone from the old EU and never coming back? I just suggest, well, not EU, pre-Disney Star Wars. I don't want Ewoks to come back. How about you?
The Purrgil, the space whales, or no, well, maybe the Yuuzhan Vong are kind of an interesting group, but the reason why they're evil is because there was a sentient machine race that was in their part of the galaxy, and it was a very 80s Transformers feel.
Oh yeah.
So I would like them to kind of de-80s some of that stuff.
Oh yeah, not get rid of, just like what do you call that? Make it better if they ever gonna bring it back. I wouldn't want anything to come back to Star Wars. They made our favorite Chiss look like a fucking twat. Tron.
Yes, agreed on that.
I'm like, why are you acting like that? Yeah. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Zeph. Do have a nice day.
You as well, and thanks for having me.
Bye, everyone.